Okay, so I guess you can see my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Give me feedback. Can you see my screen? Give me yes, if you can see my screen. Okay, okay, very good. Okay, so let's talk about my background. Okay, presently I'm taking my second PhD in horticulture, which I have completed 45 units already. Okay, and I finished a PhD in educational management way back in 2017. And I have a Doctor of Christian Education, Masters in Agronomy, Bachelor in Agriculture. I'm also a certified life coach or success coach, or some people call it business coach. And then I have a diploma in operations management. Okay, I have some other certificates which I did not include in this. With my research experience, I am a certified mentor with ISI or Web of Science. Okay, and then I'm also a reviewer for 2 Web of Science journals or ISI journals. I review for 1 Scopus journal, and I review for 3 other accredited journals. They are not a part of ISI and Scopus, but they are accredited. And then I serve as editor for 5 accredited journals. Okay, in the past, I served as associate editor for 2 refereed journals in Thailand. Okay, so basically, this is some of my background. Okay, in this link, you can see because of Google, everything you do online can always be found. Okay, so it can always be traced. These are some of the trainings I conducted in Thailand. Okay, so I stayed in Thailand for 6 years. This is where I began my career in research publication. So I conducted training for universities and colleges and for different government agencies. So I did these trainings in Thailand. Okay, I've also served as research director in the past. Okay, I have also served as research director in the past. Okay, and presently I serve as professor in the graduate school in USEP Tagum, University of Southeastern Philippines. Okay, and then I also served in the past as director for international research publication. This was also in Thailand. For the 6 years I stayed there. Okay, then I served as research publication consultant in another university when I was in Thailand. So just to give you an idea of the kind of people who are attending the training today, okay, we have instructors, we have teachers, we have principals, we have medical doctors with us, we have professors, we have nurses, we have church workers, we have depth ed workers, we have college and university presidents who are also part of the training today. And then we have research directors from some schools. Okay, so if you are part of the training, I know that you are really with very great people. Okay, so let's see what we can do today. Okay, just to let you know, these are some other services we provide apart from the webinar. We do training for universities, individual universities. And then we also have MOUs with some universities presently. So what we do is we complement their research department. Okay, and then we also help in setting up online journals. In case your school want to start an online journal. We also do mentoring for thesis and dissertation. We also conduct corporate HR training and peak performance training. We also do paper review and improvement for submission. Okay, so for the past 5 to 6 months, we have submitted around 18 papers to ISI and Scopus and some accredited journals in Asian Citation Index. And so far, our acceptance rate is around 85.33%. Okay, 85.33% of the papers we submitted have been accepted. Some have been published already. Okay, we had a couple of them that we will need to improve and resubmit again. Okay, so I can assure you that through the training, your research publication experience can take a whole new level. Yeah, because we have done it so many times and we can help you do the same thing. Actually, some of the participants for the training today who have already got their papers accepted, others have been published already in ISI and Scopus. All right, so that's the good news. That's the good news. All right, so I'm going to go straight. I'm going to go straight to the presentation for today. Okay. If you have any question, please you ask your question in the Q&A. There is a Q&A there. So any question you have, just type it in. And then after the presentation, we will answer all the questions. Okay, after the presentation, we'll answer all the questions. Okay, so let's go to our first presentation for today. Okay, again, let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Give me yes if you can see. Give me a yes if you can see my screen so that I can begin. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue. So the first presentation is what is peer review? So we are going to go into discussing what peer review is. Okay, maybe this may take the whole morning, and then in the afternoon, we'll discuss the second presentation. Okay. So what is peer review? Okay. So when we say peer review, we are talking about a process by which the research of an author is subjected to scrutiny. Okay. It's analyzed, it's examined by experts in that particular field. Okay. So it's just a system or a process. So when you submit a paper to the journal, okay, the journal has a team that will look at your paper. Okay, so the process of doing that is called peer review. Okay, so it functions to encourage authors to meet the high accepted standards, okay, of other disciplines and to control dissemination of research data and to ensure unwarranted claims, unaccepted interpretations, or personal views, okay, which are not okay. So peer review basically makes sure that if you're an author, your work meets the standard because you know that your work is going to be scrutinized, okay? And then it also prevents dissemination of information or research findings which are not accepted, research findings which are not acceptable, okay? And then sometimes people will claim some studies which do not belong to them. So peer review will make sure that, okay, plagiarism is also checked as well. Okay, plagiarism is checked. Okay. So what is the purpose of peer review? So it acts as a filter to ensure that only high quality research is published, okay, especially in reputable journals, by determining the validity, significance, and originality of the study. So peer review is like a net or like a sieve that filters papers, especially papers that are published in quality journals. Okay, so it is intended to improve the quality of manuscripts, okay, that are deemed suitable for publication. So it also aims at improving the quality of papers, okay, before they are published. Okay. Now we are going to look at a brief history of peer review, okay, how it began. So the concept of peer review was developed, okay, long before journals actually started, okay. So the review process is thought to have been used as a method for evaluating written work in ancient Greece, okay. So it began in ancient Greece, and actually it did not start with scholarly papers. Actually, it began in the medical field, okay. So peer review process was first described by a physician named Ishaq bin Ali al-Rawi of Syria, okay. He lived between 854 to 931 Christian era, okay? So according to history, peer review began in ancient Greece, okay? And then it was a system whereby medical doctors used, okay, to review medical reports or medical prescriptions that were written for patients, okay? So There he stated that physicians must take notes, okay, prescribing the state of their patient's medical conditions upon their visit. So after the treatment, the notes were scrutinized by local medical council to determine whether the physician had met the required standards in the medical care. Okay, so that is how it began. Okay, so the medical field used it to scrutinize medical prescription to make sure that the medical doctors were doing the right thing. Okay, so if the medical council deemed that appropriate standards were not met, the physician in question could receive a lawsuit from the maltreated patient. Okay, so this is how it began. So peer review actually began before journals started. Okay, now let's look at some trends in peer review, because peer review has really evolved over the years. It has really evolved. Okay, so now let's look. Lack of peer review does not automatically signal poor quality. Okay, so these are some of the trends. Okay, so the fact that a paper is not reviewed does not mean the paper has a poor quality. Okay, it doesn't mean the paper has a poor quality. Nevertheless, there are papers which have been reviewed, which could even be poor. Okay, so when a paper has not been reviewed, it doesn't automatically mean that the paper is not good. Okay, so authors publish any article that meets minimum standards for publication and relying on community to evaluate which of the articles published make genuine contribution to science. Okay, so another trend is that now there are some journals that allow papers to be published, and then they depend on the community of scientists to scrutinize the published paper and give their comment and their feedback on the paper. This is very common in the field of medicine. Okay, so usually papers are published and then they invite experts to scrutinize the published paper. Okay, another is rapid growth of non-selective review as practiced by some open access publishers. Okay, so another trend is that there's a great growth, okay, of non-selective review. And this is usually practiced by journals with open access system. Later on, I'm going to discuss into more detail what non-selective review is all about. Okay, so non-selective review guarantees high acceptance rate, okay? So virtually it eliminates the delays caused when authors are forced to resubmit their articles to multiple journals in sequence and provide fewer opportunities for reviewer bias than traditional review process. Okay, so usually journals with non-selective reviews, they have high acceptance rate. Presently, journals accept at most 30 to 40% of the papers submitted to the journal. They publish only about 30 to 40%. Actually, most journals publish less than 20% of the papers they receive. But for non-selective journals, the acceptance rate is very, very high. Okay, because the traditional peer review system sometimes takes too long, like 3 months, 4 months, some even 6 months. And then because of this, the author is compelled to submit his paper to another journal, which is not considered as ethical. But authors have no option because after you submit the paper, you have to wait for 6 months. It takes that too long already. All right, so a trend in peer review is the use of non-selective review. Okay, so what is non-selective review? Let's go into that. Okay, so traditional print journals with their strong focus on impact factor. Okay, usually they have limited page budget and high marginal cost. Okay, so use non-selective peer review to pick research papers that are likely to attract large number of readers. Okay, and often they reject up to 80 to 90% of the papers that are submitted to them. Okay, so usually most traditional journals, because of the printing, because of the high expenses, they are not able to accept a lot of papers for publication. Okay, and that usually they reject up to 80 to 90% of the papers that they accept. Okay, so this kind of review is practiced by traditional journals. Okay, so online open access publishers with the ability to publish a much broader range of papers have adopted a more experimental approach, okay, which is reflected in a new peer review policies. Okay, so what we are saying here is that the trend of non-selective review is changing. Okay, now we have more open access review. Okay, and because of more open access reviews, journals that use that system, they accept more papers. They accept more papers, and they are able to publish more. Okay, so in 2006, PLOS ONE, okay, stated that the journal would use a peer review only to determine whether a paper is technically sound, okay, and worthy of inclusion in the journal. Anyway, PLOS ONE is a medical journal, a medical publisher. They publish medical related papers. Okay, so they use peer review only to determine whether the paper is technically sound. Okay, so in reality, some journals now use peer review to check just the content, if it's worth publishing or not. Okay, so all the other things, they can be improved. As much as the content is good enough, the journal will recommend to the author to work on the grammar and all those things to get a paper published. Okay, so non-selective review, it's also provide a stronger guarantee of scientific quality than reviewless publication, and then contributes to high quality papers. Okay, it gives authors the credit associated only with peer review publication. Okay, so what we are saying here is that non-selective review also provide a strong guarantee of scientific quality than papers which are not reviewed at all. Okay, if a paper is not reviewed and published, the quality might be low compared to papers that peer reviewers sit down and then work on it and then review it. Okay, and then when a paper is also reviewed, it ensures that whosoever content is in the paper, okay, is given the credit. So, which means that which means that the tendency of using somebody's information without giving credit to the person is removed or at least reduced. Okay, so that makes review process very important. Okay. Another trend is the spread of various forms of open review, okay, which remove reviewer anonymity. Okay. Presently, most journals use double-blind review. So which is like the author does not know the reviewer, and the reviewer does not know the author. Okay. However, a current trend shows that some journals, that kind of anonymity is removed. Okay, it's removed completely, which means that the reviewer knows the author and the author also knows the reviewer. It's a trend now. Okay, another is the use of various forms of interactive review in which the editor, the reviewer, and the author work together to improve the quality of the paper. Okay, so for some journals presently, okay, for a paper they like, okay, they will tell the author, we like your paper. Okay, so they will work together with the author to improve the paper, which means that the author knows the reviewer, he knows the editor, and then the editor also knows the author. Okay, this is also another trend. Okay, so let's look at the editorial and peer review process. The editorial and the peer review process. Okay, so manuscript is written or it is produced, okay, over here, and then it is submitted to the journal. Okay, so when it's submitted to the journal, it undergoes an initial review by the editor. Okay, so after that, if the paper is not okay, right away the editor will reject the paper and then email the author right away. However, if the editor sees the paper has a potential, okay, the manuscript now fits the editorial platform. So the editor will send the paper to peer reviewers. Now let me say that usually the review process takes long because it's very difficult to find reviewers for a paper. It's not easy at all. It's not easy. Usually it's very difficult. Okay, so after your paper is submitted, it takes long sometimes. It takes long to find somebody whose expertise meets your paper or meets the paper of the author. Okay, so if the paper has potential, like I said, okay, the paper will be sent to the peer reviewers. Okay, so the peer reviewers are going to do the review. All right, when the review is completed, there are three options involved. Okay, the paper could be rejected, okay, or the paper could be accepted and then published right away in the journal. But this is usually very rare, very, very rare that you submit a paper and right away the journal will accept. It's very rare. Maybe it's like 1 out of 20 papers or even 1 out of 50 papers, like that. So it rarely happens. It rarely happens. Okay. So usually most of the time, the paper is accepted with some improvement that needs to be made. So the paper needs to be reviewed and usually needs to be improved. Usually, the improvement can be of two forms, either minor improvement or major improvement, okay? So if it needs major improvement, okay, the author will need to take more time to do that. But if it needs minor improvement, then it will take less time to do it. And usually the for paper that need minor improvement, okay, those papers could be published in a journal in that same month or in the next month. Okay, so the paper needs improvement or revision. Okay, so the author will make revision. After the revision is made, okay, if the revision is not liked by the editor, the paper can be rejected. Okay, if the paper is liked or accepted, the editor likes the revision, then the paper is accepted and then published in the journal. So this is how the review process looks like. Okay, and then let me say that this whole process typically takes an average of 3 months. Typically takes an average of 3 months for most Scopus and ISI journals. Okay, it takes like that. However, there are few journals that can get a paper published in 2 months, but it's just very few. It's just very few. Okay, for journals that are new or young journals, they are not really known by so many people. Okay, so if you get journals like that, your paper can be published. Your paper can be, the review process could be done in about 2 months. And then in about 3 months, the paper will be published and available online. Okay, but on average, it takes like 3 months, usually between 2 to 4 months before the paper will be published. Okay, so usually what I do is that if I want to do submission, I do 2 to 3 submissions at a time because it will take like 4 to 6 months to get a paper published. So if I submit maybe 2 or 3 papers to different journals and I'm waiting for 6 months, I know that in 6 months I'll get 2 papers published, or I'll get 3 papers published, which is not bad than waiting for 6 months to publish 1 paper. All right, so that is my approach in my submissions. I work on 2, 3 papers and then submit them at the same moment so that in 6 months I can get 2 or 3 papers published at the same time. Okay, let's go a little more detail here. The peer review process begins when a researcher completes a paper, okay, and then completes a study and writes a manuscript that describes the paper, the experimental design results, conclusions of the study. So the researcher then submits the paper, okay, to a suitable journal that specializes in his field. So the editor of the journal reviews the paper and ensures that the subject matter is in line with that of the journal and that it fits the editorial platform and that it fits the editorial platform. Okay, so very few papers usually pass the initial evaluation. That is one thing you should understand, okay? Very few papers usually pass the initial evaluation. Peer reviewers are also known as referees, okay? They are also known as referees. So like I was saying, If a journal receives 10 papers, it will publish 1 to 2 out of the 10. Guess what? If the journal receives 100 papers, it's going to publish between 10 to 20. Okay, so to be able to pass this mark, it means that your paper really needs to be good. So if the journal editors feel the paper feels the paper sufficiently meet the requirements and is written by a credible source, then okay, we'll send the paper to accomplish the paper to accomplish researchers or reviewers in the field for a formal review. Okay, so your paper needs to meet the standards of the journal, okay, before the paper is sent for peer review. If it does not, then immediately the paper is submitted, it's going to be rejected right away. That's one thing you should know. Okay. So the role of the editor is to select the most appropriate manuscript for the journal, okay, and to implement and monitor the peer review process. So the editor ensures that peer review are conducted fairly and in an effective and timely manner. So they also ensure that there is no conflict of interest involved in the peer review process. So these are some of the things the editor is going to do, okay? So it means that if you are submitting a paper, you have to know what the editors look for, okay? No conflict of interest whatsoever, okay? And then making sure that you meet the standard of the journal is very important, okay? So when a reviewer is provided with a paper, he or she reads it carefully and scrutinizes, okay, it's to ensure, to evaluate the validity of the science, the quality of the experimental design, and the appropriateness of the methods used. Okay, basically, the reviewer is going to check these things. Okay, so the reviewer also assesses the significance of the research and judges whether the work will contribute to the advancement in the field by evaluating the importance of the findings, okay, and determining the originality of the research. Okay, so the reviewer is going to judge, okay, is the paper going to contribute to knowledge, or it's just a repetition of knowledge, okay? And then is the paper original, or it's just a counterfeit of another paper? So the journal is going to, the reviewer is going to check some of these things, okay? So additionally, reviewers identify any scientific errors, okay? And then references that are missing or are incorrect. References that are missing or are incorrect. Okay, so the peer reviewers give recommendations, okay, to the editor regarding whether the paper should be accepted or not. Okay, whether they should be improved or revised for publication. So let me say that reviewers are very, very important as far as publishing papers are concerned. So without reviewers, papers will not be published because the editor depends on the suggestions of the reviewers before he makes final decision on the paper. Okay, so the editor will mediate, author-referee will mediate author-referee discussion in order to clarify the priority of certain referee requests, okay, and suggest areas that can be strengthened and overrule reviewers' recommendations that are beyond the study scope. So this is the reviewer, this is the author. So between the reviewer and the author is the editor. Okay, so the editor does not contact, the reviewer does not contact the editor, and the editor does not contact the reviewer. So every communication between the reviewer and the author goes through the editor. Okay, so the editor also has got final say as much as the paper's publication is concerned. Sometimes if the reviewer gives some kind of suggestions, which the editor thinks, well, I don't think this is so important, okay, the editor will overlook it and then focus on things which he or she feels they are important so far as the journal is concerned. Okay, so if the paper is published as per suggestions by the peer reviewer, the paper goes into the production stage. Okay, so where it is tweaked and formatted by editors, okay, and finally published in a scientific journal. Okay, so this is what goes on, right? So when a paper is accepted, then final editing and formatting will be done by the editor, and then it will be ready for publication. Now the next question here is, why do reviewers review? Why do reviewers review? Because reviewers do not receive any pay or any salary for engaging in peer review, even though the journals provide some form of incentive, such as the privilege or to publish a paper, or the privilege to have some training or things like that, or attend a conference, but there's no financial gain in becoming a reviewer. So why do they review? Okay, so referees are typically not paid, okay, to conduct peer review, and the process takes considerable effort. So what is their motivation? What is their motivation? Okay. All right. So some feel an academic duty to perform reviews and are of the mentality that if their peers are expected to review their papers, then they should likewise get involved in review as well. Okay, so it's a sense, some feel a sense of obligation or a sense of responsibility, okay, to, engage in peer review. And that is why they review. That is why they review. Okay, let's look at some other reasons. In terms of career development, peer reviewing can be desirable as it is often noted on your CV, okay? So if you have on your CV as a peer reviewer, especially as a certified peer reviewer, as you are going to receive from this training, then it's going to really, really make your CV look very beautiful. Okay, that it increases your chances of getting promoted, and it increases your chances of finding a good job. Okay, especially in academia. Okay, if you're a peer reviewer, a certified peer reviewer, it's really very good. And then many institutions consider researchers' involvement in peer review when assessing performance for promotion. So I'm sure that moving from instructor 1 to instructor 2 and so on and so forth, becoming an assistant professor, associate professor, professor 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Okay, if you're a certified reviewer, it makes that process faster for you. Okay, it helps in your promotion. Okay, that is one reason why reviewers review. And then peer reviewers can also be an effective, peer reviewing can be an effective way for a scientist to show their superiors that they are committed to the scientific field. Okay, anyone who is a reviewer shows that the person is recent and modern so far as his field is concerned. From my personal experience, I've gained so much knowledge and broadened my scope of reading because of peer review. Okay, because of peer review. Starting from Thailand, in Thailand, I worked with a research institute of one of the top universities. Okay, my university had over 75,000 students. Okay, my university where I worked in Thailand had over 75,000 students. Okay, and then I was in charge of over 1,300 researchers. Okay, these researchers will send their papers to me, and then I will sit down, read them, review them, improve them before the papers were submitted to Scopus or ISI for publication. And during those periods, I gained so much knowledge in engineering, material science, in agriculture technology, in business management, supply chain management, because I read so many papers from different kind of fields. Okay, so I gained so much knowledge from educational, psychology, biology, microbiology, and so on and so forth. Okay, so when I sit down and I read, I broaden my knowledge a lot. I broaden my knowledge. And even though those dates, like 2 years ago, I still remember some of those things. Okay, I still remember some of those things. So being a peer reviewer will really broaden your knowledge, your understanding. Okay, and then presently, I read, I review. Even now here on my calendar, I have about 5 papers that need to be reviewed now as I'm talking to you. All right, so while reading these papers, I gain so much knowledge. I gain so much knowledge. Okay, all right. So reviewers may also have personal contact with editors and may want to assist as much as possible. So people want to review because they want to get into contact with editors. Because the good thing is that usually in life, it's good to connect with great people, right? It's good to connect with people who have achieved more in your field. Get close to them. Let them know you personally because they can connect you. They can help you get on faster. Okay, others reviews to keep up to date with the latest development in their field. Okay, and reading new scientific paper is an effective way to do so. All right, that is why in every profession, after maybe 3 years or 5 years or 7 years, you have to take another exam. Why? Because your knowledge is considered as archaic, getting old. Okay, so you take an exam to show that, look, you are still updated with the latest information. Okay, some scientists use peer review as an opportunity to advance their own research. Okay, as it stimulates new ideas and allows them to read about new experimental techniques. So as you review, okay, you get new ideas for your own research as well. You learn about new methodologies. And then when you learn about new methodologies, it means that this knowledge, this idea that you are learning is going to help you in your own research as well. It's going to help you in your own research as well. Okay, other reviewers are keen on building association with prestigious journals and editors and becoming part of their community. Okay, as sometimes reviewers who show dedication to a journal later become editors. Okay, so some review with a aim that in the future they could become editors of the journal. And then being an editor of the journal also puts you on a higher pedestal. Some scientists see peer review as a chance to become aware of the latest research before their peers, and thus be the first to develop new insights from the material. So if you are a peer reviewer, it means that before the information is made available to the public or to the public domain, you are the first person to know about it. Let's assume that somebody conducted a study and then you are the one reviewing it. It means that you are going to know about the study first before any other person will know it. And it's like when a new iPhone model comes. I mean, people queue to buy. Why? Because they want to get the phone first. Okay, and that is how it looks like. Okay, people want to review. Why? Because they want to get the information. Okay, the new discovery, they want to get it first before any other person. Okay, now let's move on to what editors look for. Okay, the perfect peer reviewer. What editors look for? What editors look for? Okay. Number one, the ability to do review within deadline. Okay. If editors are looking for a reviewer, they are looking for somebody who will be able to meet deadlines within the time expected of them. Yeah. If you're the type of person or the type of reviewer who will not meet the deadline, the editor will not send any more papers to you. Okay, so because they want somebody who can meet the deadline. Number two, competence in the field. So to be a reviewer, it means you have to be competent in your field. You have to be competent in your field. Okay, you need to have a good English background. You need to have a good English background. I'm not talking about perfect English. I'm talking about good English background. Okay. And then competence in research methodology. Okay. You might not be a perfect statistician, but I mean, with basic statistics, you can understand, you can interpret. Okay. And there are times too, your research methodology background might not. It might be just average, which is okay. It should be average. Okay, if it's not average, then you have to learn more. Okay, to bring yourself up, especially when it has to do with interpretation of data. Okay, and publication experience. Publication experience. Editors also look for reviewers with publication experience. Let me say that there are many of you who are part of this training. Okay, you don't have publication experience yet. Okay, however, through this training, you are going to gain knowledge on how to do it. Okay, and our community will help you. Okay, in doing the publication. So after you become a certified reviewer, okay, you can join the community in your school, in your university. You can join the peer review committee or the research committee in your university. And then as we help you, coach you, mentor you to get your paper published, okay, if you publish 1, 2 job papers, that's enough, okay, to join an international journal. That's enough, okay, to be able to peer review for an international journal. Okay, so now let's go to models of peer review. Models of peer review. Peer review comes in different flavors. It comes in different flavors. So you must therefore check which variant is employed by the journal you want to submit your paper to. Okay, all right, and each system has its own advantage and disadvantage. Okay, so before we had the traditional peer review, as you can see in this image here, we have the traditional peer review. Okay, we have the transition, and then we have the open peer review. Okay, so we have different models that we are going to talk about them. So often one type of review will be preferred by a subject community, but there is an increasing call towards transparency around the peer review process. Okay, so what I want to emphasize here is that different journals use different models of peer review, which means that the journal you want to review for, you have to know which model they are using, okay? So in case of questions regarding the peer review model employed by the journal for which you have been invited to review, you need to consult, okay, the homepage or contact the editor. If you want to know more about the editing style, about the model which is used by the journal, okay, it means that you can check from the journal's website or just email the editor, ask about any kind of thing you want to know, any information you need. All right, so now let's look at the model. The first model here is called single blind review. Single blind review. So what is it about? Okay, so in this type of review, the names of the reviewers are hidden from the author. The names of the reviewers are hidden from the author. So this is the traditional method of reviewing, okay? And it's the most common type of research review so far. Okay, so it's points to consider regarding single blind review. These are the points to consider. Okay, reviewer anonymity allows for impartial decision. Okay, the reviewer should not be influenced by the authors. Okay, the reviewer should not be influenced by the authors. Okay, so authors may be concerned that reviewers in their field could delay publication, okay, giving reviewers a chance, okay, to publish first. So reviewers may use their anonymity as justification for being unnecessarily critical or harsh when commenting on the author's work, okay? So these are some of the disadvantages. Sometimes when the reviewer does not know who the author is, he can be critical, or he can be too strong in the review, and so on and so forth, okay? So that is for single blind review. Now let's look at double blind review. Okay, for double blind review, both the reviewer and the author are anonymous in this model. Both the reviewer and the author are anonymous. Okay, so some advantages in this process include author anonymity limits reviewer bias. Okay, it limits reviewer bias. For example, based on an author's gender, country of origin, academic status, okay, previous publication story. So here the author does not know the reviewer does not know the author. So articles written by prestigious or renowned authors are considered on the basis of the content of the paper rather than the reputation. So which means that the reviewer will review based on the content only. Based on the content only. Okay, based on the content. But bear in mind that despite the above, reviewers can often still identify the author through their writing, their style, subject matter, or self-citation. And it is exceedingly difficult to guarantee total author anonymity. Okay, so even though the journals try to ensure anonymity, still, I mean, the reviewer can still find out if he wants to find out. Okay, so more information for authors can be found in the journal guidelines. Usually, if you want to find out the information about peer review model, you go to the author guidelines of the journal you want to submit a paper to. Okay, and from that place, you'll be able to find every information about the peer review and every information about the guide for authors. Okay, now the next model is a triple blind review. Triple blind review. So with triple blind review, the reviewers are anonymous, and the author's identity is unknown to both the reviewers and the editors. Okay, so articles are anonymized at the submission stage and are handled in such a way to minimize any potential bias towards the authors. However, it should be noted that open peer review is an umbrella term for many different models, aiming at greater transparency during and after the peer review process. And then both the reviewer and the author are known to each other. They are known to each other during the process of review. And then know this. So we have talked about single blind, double blind, triple blind. Now we are talking about open review. Okay, so a while ago, we said that in the triple blind, the editor, the reviewer, and the author, the three of them are all anonymous because the editor also does not know whose paper he's handling. Okay, now here we are talking about open review. Okay, so we are saying here that, okay, open review ensures more transparency. Ensures more transparency. Okay, so let's look at some more detail. So publication of reviewers' names on an article. Okay, for open review, usually the reviewer's name is published, okay, in the article as well. Okay, and then publication of peer review report alongside the article. Okay, either signed or anonymous. So the peer review report is also published together with the paper in open review. Okay, and publication of peer review report together with the authors and editors' responses is also done. And then we have publication of the paper after a quick check, an opening, a discussion for forum to the community who can comment. Okay, so open review is usually used in the field of medicine, in the medical field. Okay, in the medical field, they use open review. So all the comment from the editor, from the reviewers are published together. So if you check on the journal's page, you can see the reviewers' comment, you can see the editor's comment, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's look at internal review. Internal review. So the editor of the journal reviews, the editors review each manuscript to see if it meets the basic requirement for article to be published in the journal. Okay, so it reports on original research or presents original content that link to previous research, theory, and practice, or teaching practices, and that is sufficient of quality, of merit to external review. So what we are saying here is that when we say internal review, it talks about when a paper is submitted to the journal, the team of editors will check the paper, okay? They will check the paper if the content is original, okay? If it is connected to previous research, previous theory, teaching practices, and if the quality is sufficient enough. Okay, that is called internal review. So it is just the journal editors who will check the paper first. Okay, so after that, then they will send the paper out to for external review, which is called a peer review. Okay, so if the paper does not pass the internal review, then it will not go for external review. So technical checks will also be made to see if manuscript follow the journal editorial style, either American or British English use, and then the other standards. So what we are saying here is that for internal review, they are going to check, okay, to make sure that the journal style is strictly followed. And then they'll also check the English which is used in the work. They'll also check the English used in the work. Okay, so manuscripts which do not meet this requirement are not sent for further review. Okay, and the authors will be notified. Okay, so the internal review usually takes 2 to 4 weeks. Internal review usually takes 2 to 4 weeks. So after internal review, the authors are notified by email as to whether their paper has been sent for external review or not, and why or why not, like that. Okay, now let's take note of this here. Before external double-blind review, the editors ensure that, number one, the paper fits within the scope of the journal. The paper fits within the scope of the journal. When we talk about scope of the journal, for example, maybe the paper is in social sciences, okay, social sciences. Okay, specifically maybe a paper in education. So the scope has to do with education, maybe educational psychology, research in education, maybe pedagogy, andragogy, and so on and so forth. So anything outside this scope would not be published. Maybe your paper is in biology and you want to submit to a social science journal. It means that the paper will not be accepted. Why? Because it does not fit within the scope of the journal. Okay, take note. So, adequate in terms of their adherence to the code of conduct and the author guidelines. Okay, every journal has got author guidelines. Every journal has got author guidelines. And while you are preparing the paper for publication, you have to check the author guidelines. For example, the font size, the spacing, the margin, the indentation, the table style, the reference style, and so on and so forth. So these are codes of ethics for the journal, the journal's guideline that need to be checked, okay? So before your paper is sent for external review, the internal review is going to check this. So we need a solid conceptual framework reflected in their literature review. For most social sciences and humanity journals or papers, okay, using of a conceptual framework and theoretical framework is very, very important. It's not so much applicable to the physical sciences or agricultural sciences and so on and so forth. But for social sciences and humanities, this is very, very important. Number 5, show clarity of methodology. Okay, so internal review is going to ensure that, look, the methodology you have used is very clear enough. I mean, a step-by-step methodology. The research procedure is very, very consistent. It flows in that order. It flows in a consistent way, like that. Okay, adequate in terms of their novelty and elaboration of findings. Okay, so the paper should also be it should be novel, which means that it should be unique. I mean, unique. It should not be a repetition of another person's work. Okay, and then explanation of the finding, discussion, everything is done very well. And number 7, have followed the reference style. Okay, so before your paper will be sent to peer reviewer, they're also going to check the reference. So with the reference, there are about maybe 5 or 6 different kinds of referencing style. And let me say that every journal has its own reference style. For example, we have APA, we have MLA, we have Vancouver, we have Harvard style, and so on and so forth. There are about 5 or 6 different types of referencing styles. And depending on the field of study, the reference style can differ. So you have to make sure that you meet the reference style of the journal. Very important. Number 8, have followed the research paper format expected of him. Okay, so the format needs to be followed. For most journals, the number of words should be between 4,000 to 6,000. Sometimes you can get up to 8,000, but average, your paper should be around 5,000. Okay, that's average, which means that anything between 4,000 to 6,000 words, it's okay for most journals. There are some other journals which get more than that. So you have to check with the journal to make sure. Okay. Then after all this is done, the paper will be sent for external review. An external review typically takes around 3 to 8 weeks. It takes like 3 to 8 weeks. Okay. So now let's look at some. Okay, after internal review, submission will, which meets the basic requirement and the bottom line standards. set by the journal are sent for a double-blind peer review. Usually, 2 to 3 experts are going to work on that. Okay, so either from the journal's editorial panel or from reviewers outside the editorial panel. Okay, so after external review, the authors are sent copies of the external reviewers' comments and are notified of the decision. Accept as it is, accept pending changes, revise and resubmit, or reject. Okay, so this could be the options from external reviewers. Okay, so now let's look at some of the duties of the editor, the author, and so on and so forth. Their duties. Okay, number one is fair play and editorial independence. Fair play and editorial independence. Okay, so the editors evaluate submitted manuscript, okay, exclusively on the basis of the academic merit, okay, which is the importance, the originality, validity, and clarity, okay, and relevance to the journal's scope, okay, without regard to the author's race, gender, sexual orientation, ethnic origin, citizenship, religious belief, political philosophy, or institutional affiliation. Okay, so that is what the editor does. So decisions to edit and publish are not determined by the policies of the government or any other agencies outside the journal itself. So the editor-in-chief has the full authority over the editorial content of the journal and the timing of publication of the content. Okay, so it is the editor's duty to ensure fair play, okay, and then make sure that the editorial process is not influenced by any external agency. Maybe that the paper or the research was funded by an agency, and then because of that, the agency is trying to influence the publication and so on and so forth. So the duty of the editor is to ensure fair play in this situation. Number two is confidentiality, okay, confidentiality. So the editor ensures confidentiality. How? Okay, so the editors and the editorial staff will not disclose any information about a submitted manuscript to any other than the corresponding author, okay, reviewers and potential reviewers, okay, and other editorial advisors and the publisher as appropriate. So it's the duty of the editor to ensure that the paper is not reviewed or made known to any third party apart from those who are part of the editorial committee, Now, conflict of interest. So editors decline manuscript in which they have conflict of interest resulting from competitive collaboration or other relationship or connection with any of the author, company or institution connected to the paper. So instead, they will ask another member of the editorial board to handle the paper. So what that means is that, let's assume that this editor is part of an organization, okay? And there was a paper there's a paper which has been submitted by this organization in which he is part, he is working. So which means that if he's going to work on the paper, there's a tendency of bias, a conflict of interest. So in that case, the chief editor or the editor-in-chief will make sure that he give that paper to another editorial member to work on the paper, okay, so that there will not be any bias in evaluating the paper. Okay, number 4, publication decisions, okay? So it's the editor's duty to make publication decisions. So he will ensure that submitted manuscripts are considered for publication, okay? And then these papers undergo a peer review by at least 2 to 3 experts in the field. So it's his duty to ensure that. So the editor-in-chief is responsible for deciding which of the manuscript might be submitted, which of the manuscripts submitted to the journal will be published, okay? Based on the validation of the work in question, its importance to the researchers and readers, okay? And then the reviewers' comments, as well as legal requirements as are currently enforced regarding label, copyright, infringement, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's the duty of the editor to make sure that the paper would have been submitted, or the paper in question, okay, is published based on merit, based on importance, based on the reviewer's comments, based on copyright issues, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the decision has to be made by the editor-in-chief. Okay, so he will also confer with other editors and reviewers in making decisions. So sometimes he will also consult with the other editorial board members, okay, before making the final decision. Okay, number 5 is the involvement and cooperation in investigation. So the editor will take responsive measures when ethical concerns are raised with regard to a submitted manuscript or paper published. Okay, sometimes because of plagiarism, okay, if there's a paper published and there's a lawsuit, okay, it's the editor's duty to respond and to make sure that the lawsuit or anything is resolved, okay, like that. Every reported act of unethical publishing behavior, okay, will be looked into, even if it is discovered many years after. So what that means here is that maybe a paper is published already, but after 1 year, the editor finds out that, look, this paper is a pirate of another paper. Okay, in that case, the editor's duty is to retract the paper from the journal, remove that paper from the journal. And this is done many, many times. And that is why we have to, we researchers need to ensure that plagiarism is avoided, okay? Now let's go to the duty. Let's go to the duty of the reviewer. What is the duty of the reviewer? Number 1, contribution to editorial decision. Contribution to editorial decision. So peer review assists editors in making editorial decisions, okay, through editorial communication with authors. Okay. They may also assist authors in improving their manuscript. They may also assist authors in improving their manuscript. Number 2 is promptness. And what that means is that any invited referee who feels unqualified to review the research report in a manuscript or knows that it's okay, let me read again. Any invited referee who feels unqualified to review the research reported in the manuscript or knows that its prompt review will be impossible should immediately, okay, notify the editor and decline the invitation. So what that means is that, let's assume that you have received an invitation from a journal, okay? Promptness is very important. So if you know that you are busy, you cannot really review the paper within the period, within the deadline, then you have to tell the editor immediately, okay, or suggest another reviewer, okay, confidentiality. So over here, it is also the duty of the reviewer to keep the paper submitted to him confidential, okay? So if you are chosen as a reviewer and you are given a paper to review, please, you don't have to show the paper to your colleagues in the office or to your boss or anybody. No, it's a confidential material, and for that matter, you have to make sure that you keep it confidential. Okay, however, in some cases, if you want your colleague in the office to help you in the review, you have to ask permission from the editor of the journal first. If the editor of the journal gives you the go-ahead, then you can do that, okay? All right. Now, standards of objectivity. Standards of objectivity. So review should be conducted objectively and observations formulated clearly with supporting argument so that authors can use them to improve the manuscript. Okay, review, let me say that review 10 years ago and review today is completely different, okay? All right, just like thesis defense. Thesis defense 10 years ago and thesis defense today, they are different. I mean, it's different. So the goal of peer review is to improve the paper. Get it very clearly. The goal of peer review is to get a paper improved and get it published, okay? So if any decision that you will provide, make sure you justify it, okay? Justify the decision, give the reasons, and tell the author how the paper can be improved, okay? Personal criticisms should be avoided, okay? So in peer review, you don't criticize the author, no. You don't criticize the author. You don't give destructive criticism, no, it's not done. Okay, so you have to give constructive criticisms. So your comment should be something which will help the editor, the author to improve the paper. And it should not be something which is going to pull the author down. No, not like that. Okay, acknowledgement of sources. Reviewers should identify relevant published work, okay, that has not been cited. So as a reviewer, you are going to make sure that every content which is included in the paper is supported with a reference, okay? And then any statement that is an observation or derivation or argument that have been reported in previous publication should also be accompanied by relevant reference or citation. So this is something you should know, that it's your duty to make sure that the referencing is well done, okay? So a reviewer should also notify the editor of any substantial similarity or overlap between the manuscript and the consideration and any other manuscript of which they have personal knowledge. So sometimes there is huge plagiarism, and then you as a reviewer, it's your duty to tell the editor, okay, that look, this paper has 10% plagiarism, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's your responsibility to tell the editor of any issue which has to do with plagiarism. Okay, number 6, disclosure and conflict of interest. Okay, so you as a reviewer, okay, note this: any invited referee who has conflict of interest resulting from competitive, collaborative, or other relationship or connection with any of the authors, companies, or institutions connected to the manuscript and the work described therein should immediately notify the editors and declare their conflict of interest and decline the invitation. Okay, let's assume that you are working in an institution and you are a peer reviewer for a particular journal, and then the journal sends you a paper to review. Maybe the paper is a paper of your student or something like that. In that case, you have to notify the journal. If you know that, look, you cannot be, if you know that you'll be biased and you will not be fair in your judgment, then you have to notify the editor right away. However, if you think you can be fair enough, then no problem. But if you think, look, I cannot be fair, then you have to tell the editor so that he will send the paper to another reviewer, okay, to avoid bias, okay. All right, I think let's have 10 minutes break, and then we will continue again. Let's have 10 minutes break. Let's have 10 minutes break. Okay, maybe you want to use the CR or anything. Okay, you can use, okay, I'll switch off my camera and I'll drink a little water. Okay, so 10 minutes break, please. Okay, so we'll continue now. Okay, those of you who have asked questions, okay, will answer the questions after the presentation. So we'll go through the questions and answer them one by one. Okay, please, if you want to ask question, use the Q&A. Okay, use the Q&A. And then if you have any problem or anything, you can use the chat. Okay, so I will answer the questions after the presentation. So I'm just going to share my screen again. Okay, so we are going to continue with the duty of the authors. Okay, so we said reporting standards. So authors of original research should present an accurate account of the work performed and the results, okay? Followed by an objective discussion of the significance of the study. So the manuscript should contain sufficient detail and references to permit others to replicate the work, okay? So what makes every study scientific is how the work could be replicated. Is it replicable? Okay. So review articles should be accurate, objective, and comprehensive, while editorial opinions or perspective pieces should be clearly identified. Okay, should be clearly identified. And then fraudulent or unknowing inaccurate statements constitute unethical behavior and are unacceptable, okay? So as an author, make sure that the information you are presenting in your work, okay, is reliable, it's authentic, it's not fraudulent, it's accurate, the method used can be replicated. Okay, that's very, very important. Number two, data access and retention. Data access and retention. So author may be asked to provide the raw data of their study together with the manuscript for editorial review. And it should be prepared, and you as the author should be prepared to make the data publicly available if practicable. So what it means is that, especially for most in the physical sciences, in the biological sciences, and so on and so forth, there are times your data will be needed. Okay, your data is going to be needed. There are times the journal will request for the detailed data. Okay, and they will want to publish the detail of the data as how do they call it? As a supplementary information, okay, as an appendix, okay, to the paper. And so if you don't have all the detail of the data, it means that they are not going to publish the paper. So in any event, authors should ensure accessibility of the data. Usually you can upload because of Google Drive. It's easy to make all your data available online. Okay, so you can connect your laptop or your computer to Google Drive. And then when it's connected to Google Drive, okay, anywhere the data can be accessed. It can be accessed. Now we talk about originality and plagiarism. So you as an author, you should also understand that it's your duty to make sure your work is original and your work does not have plagiarism. You have to make sure your work is original and your work does not have plagiarism. Okay, so you should ensure that your work is entirely an original work. Okay, and then you should also ensure that the work of use, if it's the work of other authors, then it should be properly cited. Okay, now publication would have been influential in determining the nature of the work reported in the manuscript should be also properly cited. It should be properly cited as well. Very important. Okay, so plagiarism takes many forms. Okay, from passing off another's paper as the author's own to copying or paraphrasing substantial part of another's paper without attribution, okay, to claiming results from research conducted by others. Okay, so these are forms of plagiarism. So plagiarism in all its forms constitute unethical publishing behavior, okay, and it's not acceptable, okay? So you should take note of this. The next thing here is multiple, duplicate, redundant, concurrent submission or publication. So paper describing essentially the same research should not be published in more than one journal or primary publication, okay? If a paper is published in one journal, you cannot publish it in another journal. Take note of this. Or if the paper is presented in a conference, you cannot publish it in another journal, cannot be published in another journal, except the conference did not publish the paper, except the conference did not publish the paper. Sometimes some conferences will publish only the abstract, okay? If only the abstract is published, then the entire paper can be published as well. But take note, most conferences are going to publish the papers that are presented, okay? Which means that the paper cannot be published anymore. It cannot be published anymore. Take note, okay? And then you should also note that through my experience, okay, I will just share my experience, okay? While working in Thailand as a research publication expert with a research institute, okay, I had some, okay, I will just say one particular scenario. There was this maybe 2 or 3 different research from the School of Business Administration, PhD student. They brought their study to me, and then the study had about 3 to 4 variables. The study had about 3 to 4 different variables. So by looking at the paper, the research is very, very substantive, very, very substantive, to the extent that if you want to compress everything into 6,000 words, it's barely impossible. Okay, so my suggestion to them was, okay, we are going to divide the paper into 2, okay, and prepare 2 different contents for the different components. So we divide the results into 2 and the content into 2. And then we prepared 2 different papers out of one PhD dissertation, okay? And then we got that papers published in Scopus, 2 papers, okay? One dissertation published 2 papers out of it. So it's not a repetition, okay? It's not a repetition. It's 2 different papers altogether. However, if it's just 1 paper, you publish in this journal, and then you just change something small and you publish in another journal. No, it's not acceptable. It's not considered as ethical. Okay. Let's assume that you conducted this research and then you use this research as a basis to conduct another research. Okay. But most of the literature are the same. Okay. Ideally, to be able to publish the new research, you should have like more than 50% of the new paper you have written should be different. More than 50% should be different to make it publishable again. So if it's not like that, then it's considered unethical. Understand this, okay? So authors should not submit for consideration a manuscript that has been published already in another journal, okay? So submission of a manuscript concurrently to more than 1 journal is unethical, okay? It's not acceptable. If the journal will find out, they will retract your paper from the journal. They will remove your paper. Okay, to avoid retraction, then don't do this. Okay, number 4, multiple duplicate, okay, the same flow. So let's continue. The publication of some kind of articles, such as clinical guidelines, translation, in more than 1 journal is sometimes justifiable, provided that certain conditions are met. Okay, this is in the field of the medical field. Okay, the authors and editors of the journal concerned must agree, okay, to the secondary publication, which must reflect the same data and interpretation, okay, of the content. So in the field of medicine, sometimes it's allowed, okay, that this journal will publish and this journal will also publish. But agreement has to be made between the 2 journals. There has to be agreement between the 2 journals. So the primary reference must be cited in the secondary publication. Okay, so you should take note of this. But apart from this unique situation, it's not allowed to double publish a paper. Okay, now let's look at authorship. Only persons who meet these authorship criteria, okay, should be listed as authors in the manuscript, okay, as they must be able to take public responsibility for the content, all right? So they made significant contribution to the conception, design, execution, data acquisition, or analysis and interpretation of the data. Number 2, drafted the manuscript or revised it critically for important intellectual content, and then have seen and approved the final version of the paper and agreed to its submission for the journal. So these are some of the conditions, okay, where one qualifies to be an author, okay, or a co-author of the paper. So it's not everybody that qualifies to be an author. In some institutions, the research advisors are also considered as co-authors, okay? In that case, the author and then the student and advisor must agree. They have an agreement form that they need to fill, because most of the time the advisors even do a lot of work. They do more than 40% of the work, okay? So it's justifiable that the advisor becomes a co-author. If the agreement form is signed, then that could be allowed. But the English editor is not a co-author of the paper. Even sometimes you pay them, so they are not a co-author. Okay, so all persons who made substantial contribution to the work reported in the manuscript, such as technical help, writing and editing assistance, general support, but who do not meet the criteria for authorship must not be listed as an author. Okay, so but should be acknowledged. Okay, you can add them in the acknowledgement, but not include them as authors. Okay, like technical help, writing and editing assistance, general support. Okay, they can be acknowledged, but they must not be included, okay, as authors of the paper. Corresponding author should ensure that all appropriate co-authors, according to the above definition, and no inappropriate co-authors are included in the author list, and verify that all co-authors have seen and approved the final version of the manuscript and agreed to its submission. So let's assume that you are the corresponding author. Maybe you are 3 or 4 different authors for the paper. So after you receive the email from the editor, okay, you have to make sure that all your co-authors will check the content, the revision, everything, the names, everything is okay before final submission to the journal and approval for publishing. Okay, you should take note of this. Okay, so disclosure and conflict of interest. Disclosure and conflict of interest. Authors should, at the earliest possible stage, okay, disclose any conflict of interest that might be construed to influence the results of their interpretation. Let's assume that your company decided to let you conduct the research, okay, because you love your company so much. Okay, your interpretation, you interpreted the data, okay, to influence, to create a positive motion or notion or something. Okay, so if there's anything like that, you have to disclose it as well. It's hard to do, but I mean, to be ethical, that is what needs to be done. Any conflict of interest needs to be disclosed. Okay, and then acknowledgement. Okay, so authors should ensure that they have properly acknowledged the work, okay, of others. So, like I mentioned earlier, anybody's work you use, anything you include in your paper, which is not your own work, okay, it's your duty as an author to make sure it's done. So, information obtained privately must not be used or reported without explicit permission, okay, or permission from the source. So if you use an information which is not maybe not published in the public domain, then you have to ask permission, written permission, okay, before you include it in your work. Okay, And then we have hazards and human or animal subject. Okay, so if the work involved chemical procedures or equipment that have been unusual, that have any unusual hazard inherent in their use, okay, the author must clearly notify this in the manuscript. Okay, and then if the work involved the use of animals or humans, then you have to also indicate. Okay, you have to indicate this as well. Okay, author should also include statement in the manuscript, okay, that informed consent was used. Okay, you should indicate in their research procedure that the participants, if they are animal, plants, or human beings, okay, informed consent form were filled out. Okay, especially in the biological sciences. This is a big thing. Okay, so if you don't include this in your research procedure, then the journal might not accept your paper. Okay, because they want to make sure that whoever is part of your research is safe as much as possible. Whoever is part of your research is safe. So privacy rights of human participant must always be observed as well. Okay. So number 9, peer review. All right, so authors are obliged to participate in the peer review process and cooperate fully by responding promptly to editors' requests for raw data, clarification, and proof of ethics approval, okay, patient consent, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's your duty to cooperate with the peer review process. For example, if the editor will send a letter to you, an email to you, indicating that, look, we need a raw data, we need the consent form, we need this and that, okay, you have to cooperate with them and send those data to them, because that will make the process very faster. Okay, in the case of a first decision of revision necessary, authors should respond to the reviewer's comment systematically, okay, point by point, in a timely manner, revising and resubmitting the manuscript to the journal by the deadline given. Okay, so when you are responding to reviewers' comment, you should do it step by step. Okay, so maybe comment number 1 is that your response is there. Comment 2, your response. Everything should be done in that order, and make sure that you work within the time. Sometimes the journal will say, okay, you need to submit the revised manuscript in 2 weeks' time. You should make sure that in about 2 weeks, the paper is submitted. Okay, the review is submitted. If it's not done within that moment, then your paper will be considered as a new submission, which means that you have to go through the whole process all over again. Okay, so you have to take note of this. Okay, fundamental errors in published works. So when authors discover significant errors or inaccuracy in their own published work, okay, it's their obligation to promptly notify the journal's editors, okay, or publisher to cooperate with them to either correct the paper in the form of an erratum or retract the paper. Okay, so let's assume that the paper is published already and you were reading and then you found something wrong with it. Okay, you can decide to tell the journal editor, okay, I found this, can you make correction to it? Okay, and then they will help you to do the correction like that. Okay, if it's a big issue, then it means that they will have to remove the paper from the journal, get everything fixed, and then resubmit for reconsideration like that. Okay, if the editors if the editors or publishers learn from a third party that the published work contains a significant error or inaccuracy, then the author's obligation to promptly correct or retract the paper or provide evidence to the journal editor in the correctness of the paper. So this is what I said, okay? So if you notice something like that, usually it's rare, but I mean, it has to be known. If you notice something like that, then you have to tell the editor so that the correction could be made. Now the duty of the publisher. So handling of unethical behavior. So in case of alleged or proven scientific misconduct, fraudulent publication or plagiarism, okay, so the publisher, okay, in a close collaboration with the editor, will take the appropriate measure to clarify the situation, okay? So now let's look at handling of unethical behavior, okay? This includes the prompt publication of an erratum, clarification, or in the most severe case, retraction of the paper. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that, okay, let's assume that they found something wrong, okay? All right, so they will correct it and keep it in the journal, okay? But in severe cases, they will remove it, okay? If they correct and put back in the journal, that's an erratum, okay? So they will make the correction or let you make the correction and put the paper back. However, if it cannot be done, then the paper needs to be retracted from the journal. This is more practical for online journals. Okay, if it's a printed journal, then that's going to be a big issue because you cannot just pull it out from the printed book. Okay. So next one, the publisher together with the editors will take the full responsibility. Okay, and then make sure that every problem is solved, every problem is fixed. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our first presentation. Now we are going to look at the questions which have been asked, and then we are going to answer them one by one. Okay, let me say that I hope that everyone who joined the journal, joined the webinar, are registered for the webinar. Okay, if you did not register, maybe your friend gave you the link and you are part of it, please let us know, okay? Because it's not ethical, you know that. It's not ethical, so let us know so that after the training, we can give you the certificate and you do your payment as well. So let's look at the comments, and then somebody says no sound. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Okay, okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to read through the comments so that I can answer them. Okay. So again, I will share the screen so that you can read the comments as well. Okay. So the comment here, that 3 papers are different papers submitted to different journals. Yes, exactly. The 3 papers are 3 different papers submitted to 3 different journals. Okay. or 3 papers submitted to the same journal per day. That could be, okay, or 3 papers submitted to 3 different journals. That is what I mean. Okay, next question. Even if the journal is not covered by government policies, considerations on controversial issues covered by a research that may compromise publication should be avoided, right? Yeah, that is very true. Okay, so anything that could compromise the publication should be avoided, because your goal as a researcher is to make sure that, look, anything that will prevent your paper from being published, you really need to get rid of that thing from your paper. Get rid. Most of the time, when people will submit a paper to ask for improvement, okay, there are times I'll tell them, look, we have to change this one. We have to change that one. We have to change that one. If you want the paper to be published, this is it. Okay, if they don't want to change, we don't work on the paper, because we don't want to submit the paper and then the paper will not be published. Okay. Now the next question, how many times should you give the author to revise the manuscript? Okay, let's assume that you are part of an editorial team, okay? You are part of an editorial team, or you are running a journal, okay? Usually, when you submit the paper, when the paper is submitted to the journal, okay, you review the paper, number one, internally and then externally. So if the paper goes out and then the reviewer is done and then the paper is submitted, the review comments is given to the author. So the author will improve it. Okay, that'll be the first one, and email to the journal. If there is any issue, it will be sent back to the author again. But most of the time, for most journals, it will not exceed 3 times. The first, the second, and the third. If you will not meet the journal, they will decline the paper and the submission. Okay, so Dr. Mangosi, for most journals, the revision should be like 3 times. Okay. However, for me, being a reviewer, usually the journal will ask me, will you be able to review again if the author will resubmit? Okay, so sometimes the journal is going to ask the reviewer as well. So their time, it also depends on the reviewer. However, for most journals, it's like 3. If you're not able to revise the paper 3 times, then it means that the paper is going to be declined. Okay, the next question, anonymous attender. Okay, for those who are anonymous attender, please, we really want to know everyone, okay? Because we want everyone to have the certificate and have your payment and everything. So take note of this, please, for ethical reasons. Okay, anonymous attender says that a paper of a friend was submitted in a Scopus journal. I was surprised to know it was right away rejected after submission, even if the 90-day peer review period, like you said, it should, okay, was not covered. Okay. So it's like this. I said, when the paper is submitted, okay, there is internal review, The internal review is like 2 weeks only. If the paper passes the internal review, then it will go for external review. The external review will take like 2 months. Okay, so if it does not pass the internal review, which is done by the editor and the editorial committee, then it is going to be rejected right away. It will not take 3 months. That's one thing you should understand. Okay, so it should pass the internal review first, and then the external review will take like 60 to 90 days. So if it doesn't pass the internal review, it is going to be rejected right away. Okay, another anonymous attender. Another question, if the paper has to be held in utmost confidentiality, how possible multiple paper submission to different journals can be discovered? Okay. All right, so the issue is that when the paper is submitted, okay, it's supposed to be held in utmost confidentiality. Okay. And it's like this. When the paper is submitted, the journal will not know, of course. You have submitted to another journal too. But if the paper is published, it will show. It will show online. They will know it. They can check it. Okay. It can be checked after the paper is accepted, after the paper is published. Okay. And one thing is that, let's assume that if the submission is to Scopus, in Scopus, okay? You know, Scopus has the same system. So let's say 2 journals, journal A, journal B, they are both in Scopus. And you submit to journal A, journal B, both in Scopus. It can't be known. Why? Because they are all Scopus journals. That is one thing you should know. If it is Scopus and ISI, it cannot be known. But if the 2 journals are in Scopus, even though 2 different journals, it will still be known because the database is still Scopus. That's one thing. Okay, so Dominic, have a Scopus published paper, which I will be presenting to an international conference. Supposing my paper will be published by the organizer, what shall I do? Let me read again. I don't get your point. I have a Scopus published paper. If the paper is published already by the journal, you cannot present in a conference anymore. It's unethical because the purpose of presentation at a conference is to publish the paper. Understand this. Conference presentation is a form of publication. It's a form of dissemination of information. So after the paper is published, you can submit. You cannot present in a conference anymore. Get this, Dominic. So if the paper is published again already, cannot present in a conference. Okay, Lehman. Okay, Lehman is saying, in pre-test survey, do we have to observe consent form? So yes, please. In every research now, I know in the Philippines now, there is a lot of research ethic committees. Okay, so in every research, okay, if it has to do with human beings, okay, the consent form is very important. If it has to do with animals, you need to contact the Animal Welfare Division or something. Okay, so consent form is needed. It's needed. Is it Sir or Ma'am Lehman? Again, how much it costs for journal publication. Okay, journal publication can be free or paid. It can be free or paid, okay, depending on the journal. So if it is paid journal, the price can be from $100 all the way to $2,000. Okay, so usually if you are submitting your paper if you are submitting your paper to a journal, you have to check the cost, the publication cost. Okay, but usually I encourage the people who are part of our research community to look for free journals, or at least a cheap journal, because I know everyone is on a limited budget. Okay, so look for a cheap journal. So papers which are submitted to us for review before publication, we try to recommend cheap journals or free journals for them. Okay, so it can be paid. Okay, number of references count. Yes, number of references count a lot. Okay, number of references count a lot. Okay, so the references should not be too many and it should not be too small. But the amount of reference to use depends on the amount of information you have used in your paper. Ideally, like every paragraph or two should have a reference. Okay, every paragraph or two should have a reference. So every paragraph or every two paragraphs at most should have a reference. So whenever you quote, whenever you use somebody's idea, you should include a reference. Okay, so Ricky said, are reviewers supposed to be paid? So Ricky, reviewers are not paid. However, you have some other incentive from the journal. For example, you may have access to free publication or free training or free conference participation and so on and so forth. Okay, Ma'am Maria said, can we create articles from published papers? No, I'm sorry, from published papers, you cannot create an article from them. However, a published paper can be your foundation for creating your own article, or it can be your basis for creating your own article. So you always make reference to that particular article, but you cannot use the published paper to make another published paper. It's considered as plagiarism. Okay, Julian is saying, I'm having problem with a gadget. I'm not sure if my email I'm using, not sure if my email I'm using reflects its time. It's mine. It's my son's gadget. Mom Julieta, you mean you cannot log in or what? What you mean you cannot log in? Okay, don't worry. After the Q&A, we are going to have our lunch break, and then in the second session, we'll try to check and fix for you. Okay, Ma'am Maria, are authors required to submit certificate of ethical clearance? It depends on institution, but journals do not require that. Okay, sometimes you will be asked to submit certificate of editing. That one, while I was in Thailand and even here in the Philippines, I made certificate of editing for a couple of research papers I edited. Okay, but certificate of ethical clearance, usually it's requirement for universities, not for journals. how can you be sure that there will be no bias in case where the author and the reviewer know each other? Okay. If the author and the reviewer know each other, you have to be very sincere with yourself, no? You have to be sincere with yourself. That to look at the paper as it is. Look at the paper as it is, not because you want to help your friend or anything like that. If you know you can't really remove bias on your part, then you have to tell the editor, I'm sorry, I know this author, so can you get the paper to somebody else to review? Okay, Ma'am Maria said, is the researcher allowed to create new name in his study? Example, instead of saying the narrative, he created a particular name for the narrative, like means people in the barangay. Okay, it's okay. However, you have to put it in quotes because it's not an English word. Okay, so just put it in quote. Every time you create something, you have to create it in quote, and you have to give it operational definition as well, so that whoever is reading will understand what that name means. Okay, Dr. Stephen. So no any incentive for peer review. Only they're entitled to only publication. Doc Stephen, the incentives, they are not cash incentives. Okay, they can be entitled to publication. I said they can also be entitled to free training, or they can be entitled to conference attendance or things like that. But usually there's no cash incentives. Okay, there's no cash incentive provided by the journal. The journal will provide you with training. The journal will provide you with the opportunity to publish paper, or the ability to attend conference in another country, or maybe something like that. Usually that is how it is. Okay, Sona says, what or where can I try to process my pre-review of my thesis or dissertation? I mean, an organization. Okay, Ma'am Serna, we usually review papers or improve papers and make sure they meet the journal standard, and then we recommend journal for submission. Okay, like that. So if you want somebody to pre-review your paper, we can do it for you and give comments on that. Okay, and then you check on the comments, and then you improve the paper before you submit to the journal. Okay, ICT. How can you be sure that there will be no bias if the author and the reviewer know each other? I think we answered this already. Okay, Dr. Monkosi. What if the author used multiple different formats in writing the citation? Okay, it's not allowed. You can use different formats. Okay, for one particular research, it's not allowed. No journal allows that. Every journal has one particular citation style or reference style. So as you are preparing your paper, you need to cross-check with the journal and make sure that you are using the right style. Okay, the next question, Ma'am Arimbai. Do peer reviewers give specific suggestions to the author for improvement? Yes, peer reviewers give specific suggestions. Give specific suggestions. Okay, because the goal of peer review is to make the paper better. Okay, so they give specific suggestions. Okay. Okay, Dr. Hijauda. Okay. Hello, Doc. Doc is saying, how can we identify fake reviewers from true reviewers? Okay. True reviewers, they are with accredited journal. For example, here in the Philippines, CHED has accredited journals. Okay, and anyone who is a reviewer for a CHED accredited journal is not a fake reviewer. Okay, CHED accredited journals include Scopus journals, include ISI journals. And let me say that there is a fake website called ISI. Okay, don't be deceived. The color of the website is like red, maroon color. It's ISI. That is not the ISI I'm talking about. The ISI I'm talking about is called Web of Science or Clarivate Analytics. Okay, so if you are looking for ISI on Google, look for Clarivate Analytics or look for Web of Science. Okay, so CHED accredited journals are Web of Science journal, and then ASEAN Citation Index journals. Okay, so anyone who review for these journals are considered as accredited. So just take note of this. Okay. So Alberto is saying, Alberto, is it acceptable for an approved dissertation to be subject to peer review? Yes. Yeah. Because accepted, approved dissertation is not yet a published paper yet. Okay, so you have to prepare the capsulized format. Okay, use the IMRAT style and then prepare it. Then after that, it's going to go through peer review. Okay, Dr. Stephen again. So as from today, we are not fake reviewer about regular. Yes, you are not fake reviewer because the certification you are going to receive, one from us and one from ISI. Okay, so you are not fake reviewer. No, you are not fake reviewer. You are a certified bona fide reviewer. Okay. And next one, Julian is saying, a research was conducted with 2 sets of data. One set was utilized in research 1, then another set used in another, but the body was only edited for the second one. However, the same citation, same references. How will this be treated? Julian, it cannot be the same references. Okay, there has to be some changes. There should be some changes. Like I said, for a paper to be published, let's say one study, okay, divided into 2 parts. Okay, the difference between the 2 papers should be like 50% for it to be accepted for publication individually. Okay, so cannot be the same references, okay, and not the same body. The results could be different. However, the content must also be somehow different, like 50% difference. Some of the reference could be the same. However, you need to change some of them. Okay, Dr. Hilja again. Follow-up question. Can we give another webinar in relation to true and accredited peer review publications? Many researchers were already a victim of fake reviewers. Okay. Yeah, because there are a lot of journals out there, okay, that are not accredited. And that is why before you submit your paper to a journal, you have to check, you have to check the indexing of the journal. Okay, check if it is indexed in Scopus, check if it's indexed in Web of Science, check if it's indexed in ISI or in EBSCO. There are so many accredited indexing databases. Okay, so you have to double check it very well. Okay, check very well before you you submit your paper. Can we publish manuscript that are Scopus? Yeah, you can publish. Why not? You can publish. However, let me say that papers that are usually accepted by Scopus and Web of Science journals, they really need to be original study. And they should add really value to knowledge. They should add contribution. Okay, so your study needs to be really original. It should be a good study to be able to publish. Okay, Ma'am Maria, the dissertation in 2012, is it publishable? Yes, Ma'am Maria, it's publishable. However, you need to update the references, okay? You have to update the references because 2012 is quite a little far from now. So you can change some of the references and then it will be ready for publication. You have to just change some of the references. Another question, SB, does all attendees right now are registered peer reviewer in what journal publication? Okay, everyone who is part of this study, this training, after the training next week, because we have 2 days, today and October 3. After 8, okay, you are going to be certified by Web of Science. Web of Science, that is ISI, okay, which means that now if you apply for a reviewer, if you want to be a reviewer in any journal, it's easy to do. Why? Because you are certified by ISI. And what that means is that all the journals in ISI, you have the potential to join any of them. Okay. However, let me say that usually for Scopus and ISI journal, before they will accept you as a reviewer, you will need to have some publication first. You will need to have some publication. So what you could do is, okay, through the training, the knowledge you are gaining, okay, you can begin right away to work on your paper for publication. And then after publication, okay, you have the capacity to join an international journal as a reviewer. Nonetheless, you are still accredited by Web of Science as a reviewer. You are accredited. And Web of Science is just like Scopus. It's like Scopus has accredited you as a reviewer. Okay, so that is what it means. Okay. Another question. Can we ask for your attendant, your assistant to publish in Scopus? Or yeah, we can help you. We can help. What we can do is we can review the paper and then give you comment, tell you what is weak about the paper and how you can improve the paper. Okay, what is weak about the paper and how you can improve the paper, okay, for publication. Okay, Dr. Steven, so would they get you involved even if you are not in the Philippines? Yes, they will get you involved even when you are not in the Philippines. Okay, because Web of Science is it's everywhere. It's everywhere and can be accessed. Okay, next one. Our research was presented through virtual last June. Is this subject for peer review before published? Usually, before a paper is presented, it will be reviewed by the committee for the conference. Okay, and they will tell you if the paper is going to be published or not. Okay, so find out from the journal, from the research, from the conference committee, okay, if they are going to publish your paper or not. If they are not going to publish the paper, then you can prepare it and submit for publication by a journal or in a journal. Okay, what are the minimum standard for you to be? Okay, you should have about 2 publications. If you have 2 publications in a peer-reviewed journal, you will be considered as a reviewer. You will be considered as a reviewer in a Scopus or ISI journal. Okay. Next one. So names will be with them now. Yes, your name will be with ISI. Okay, and usually when journals are looking for reviewers, okay, they check from the ISI list. Okay, so any journal can email you just by checking from the list in ISI. Okay, and then they will invite you to review the paper. Next one. What advice can you give? What advice can you give to those papers, to those whose papers were peer reviewed by journal already, revised by author, but eventually was rejected? Okay. So if the paper was rejected, you have to check the comment that the reviewers gave, okay? And then make sure that you have really done those things, okay? And then if you want us to also check and give some more comments, we can check and give some comment about the paper as well, okay? But usually, if a paper is rejected by a journal, they will give the reasons most of the time, not all the time though, they will give the reason why the paper is rejected. So you need to revise the paper and then get it done again. Next one, can you suggest journals that are accredited? Yes, we can suggest journals for you in case you want to publish your paper. We can suggest a journal for you. Okay, let me go to those I have not answered their questions. Ellen, is there a given rule in terms of date, in terms of using date of publication of books as references? Yeah, usually it's recommended it should not be beyond 10 years, okay? For example, we are in 2020, which means that any reference you use in your work should not go beyond 2010. If ever you use something like 2009, 2008, there should be very, very few, but it should not go beyond 2010. Okay. Dominic is asking, what does ISI mean? Okay, Web of Science, before it was called ISI. Okay, Web of Science, before it was called ISI. And if you check from Google, meaning of ISI, you can find it there. It's it's not difficult to do. So just type in Google ISI, and then you find it there. Okay. So Dominic, you'll find it there. However, let me say that, like I was saying before, there is a fake website called ISI. Let me open this so that you can see. I'm not sure if you can still see my screen. Okay. Okay, if you want to know if the ISI you open is correct, okay, can you still see my screen? Can you see my screen? Let me know. Okay. So Dominic, okay, if you can see my desktop, I open ISI over here, but I added Web of Knowledge or Web of Science. Okay. So this is the original. This is the true. And then ISI is also the same like Clarivate Analytics. So if you want to check the meaning, just add meaning, ISI meaning. Okay. And then you find it, it's there. Okay, this is notice, this is InterScience. Okay, so it means that you need to add Web of Science. Because there's a lot of ISI there. Online, you can find a lot of ISI. So you don't have to be deceived. Okay. And this is the fake ISI, which is online. And this particular site is leading people to submit their paper there. Okay, this is ISI. This is International Statistical Institute. That is not what we are talking about. Okay, this is Information Science Institute. That is not it. Okay, this website, okay, this is a fake. Nah, this is a fake website, and it's like a pirate. Okay, so if you are looking for ISI, don't go here. Just type in Web of Science. Okay, and then you will find it. Before, Web of Science was called, I think, International Science Institute or something like that. But the name has been changed to Web of Knowledge or Web of Science. And it's also the same like Clarivate Analytics. Okay, so that is what you should look for. Okay, let's answer some more questions. Let me see who else have not answered their question. Okay, Ma'am Catherine. Once a paper is accepted, can the author submit or publish the same references from the paper already accepted, but will lean on the discussion of the references? What do you mean, Ma'am Catherine? Yeah, references can still be used. However, you cannot use the same discussion in another publication. You can use the same discussion in another publication. Okay, so another study may have the same references as you had in the previous study, but the discussion will not be the same. That's possible. I'm sorry, not a question, Paul. Oh, okay, okay. It's okay. Okay, there are so many questions, so I'm trying to answer those who have not answered their questions. I will answer everybody's question. Okay. Okay, this is answered already. Okay, answered already. Okay, Dr. Steven, how do they get you involved to be a peer reviewer, even if you are in the Philippines? Dr. Steven, when you become a certified reviewer, okay, with Web of Science, your name is in their database. So journals looking for reviewers look into the database. They will check your background, they will check your qualifications. And if they like, they are going to choose you. Okay. However, in the afternoon, we are going to also discuss how you can get involved. Okay. How you can look for a journal and join as a reviewer. Okay, so Ricky says, when are you supposed to pay the journal? Is it before or after? Most of the time, it's after acceptance. However, I have seen a scenario with one journal in Thailand, okay? They demand payment before review, but I will not advise that you submit your paper to any journal like that. So usually payment is after acceptance. Okay, Dr. Rodrigo, after this webinar, are you going to give us certificate that we, the participants, are certified reviewers? Yes, please. You are going to receive a certificate. Like I said, we will give you a certificate as a certified reviewer, and then we will mentor you. It will take like 1 week only to get another certification from Web of Science, ISI, as a reviewer. Okay, and I'll be the one to mentor you through Web of Science, and then you'll receive another certification. You'll receive another certification as a reviewer from Web of Science. Okay. Sariki, can reviewers be given some sort of certificate as sort of proof or services in lieu of payment? Sariki, what do you mean? Can reviewers be given some sort of certificate as sort of proof or services? Yeah, if you request a certification from your journal, your journal can also give you a certificate as a reviewer for that particular journal, okay? But that is solely for that journal, okay? But the certificate you are going to receive from this training is a certificate as a reviewer, okay, for any journal at all. It means that you have really undertaken a training, okay, and that makes you qualified. For example, okay, if you earn a PhD, you qualify to teach in any university, okay, but certificate of employment qualifies you to teach in a particular university. Okay, so the training you are getting now qualifies you to review for any journal. However, if you join a particular journal, that journal will give you a certification that is for that particular journal. Okay. Okay, let's answer some more questions. Okay, is it necessary, Dr. Mankosi, is it necessary that you are a PhD for you to become a peer reviewer? No, please. It's not a requirement. However, for most ISI and for most Scopus journal, they will require a master degree. At least you have a master degree, okay, and with some publication experience, okay, for you to be able to join as a reviewer, at least a master's degree, and then some publication experience. Okay, next question. Quino, is it Quino or Kino? Our research was published before in a Thomson Reuters registered e-journal until such time that our institute did not recognize the journal as journal was said it cannot be found in the scientific journal list. What happens to our paper? Can we republish? If your paper was published in Thomson Reuters, then it should be in the master list. If it's not in the master list, then that journal is not part of Thomson Reuters. And it's published already, it's available online, so cannot republish anymore. Cannot republish. Okay. And then Dr. Stephen, to join particular journal, are we going to pay? No, there is no fee. There is no fee for joining a journal as a reviewer. Dr. Stephen, there is no fee. Okay. Sir Ricky, when I requested for certification, I made. Okay. I'm not sure. I think I answered your question already. Okay, Mario, I'm a doctor of education and professor of research method. I presented some papers in international conference. Can I join the peer review? Yes, you can. You can. Okay, so you have some presentation already. If you have no publication yet, okay, for high quality or high class journals, maybe that will not be. But for journals which are like new journals, which are in the making, they are in Scopus or ISI, but the journal was started just 1 year ago or 2 years ago. Journals like that, they are really in need of reviewers. So it's easy to join them as you continue. So you can join, you have some experience. Make sure that all those experiences are included in your CV, because they are going to check your CV. Okay. Sir Rodrigo, is it possible that undergraduate thesis may be published in journals? Yes, it can be published in journals. Yeah. Even if you, let's assume that you conducted your thesis many years ago, maybe like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, you can publish now. It's possible. You just have to update the references. Okay, just update the references, and that is it. That it can be published. Okay, so Ricky said, I reviewed for 2 journals for a prestigious international conference, and when I requested for that, they did not reply. Okay, let's assume that you review for them, and then you requested for certification, they did not reply. Just email again and email again. Email about 5 times. Okay? Maybe after, sometimes they are too busy. So email and email and email and email and email. By the 5th email, they will respond to your email. Okay? So Ricky again, part of our claim for promotion are services like a reviewer. We need a document for that. Yeah, that's true. You always need a document to support your claim. Okay, you need a document to support your claim. Okay, Ma'am Kath. Okay, so the discussion must not be the same. Yes, please, Ma'am Kath. The discussion must not be the same. Okay, Ma'am Arimbai, is there a required coverage period for publishing? Is there required period coverage for publishing an approved dissertation. Mom, Arimbai, what do you mean? I don't get your point, please. Dr. Steven, yeah, answered already. Okay, sir, can you endorse? Yes, after the training, I can endorse you to some research, to some journals, to begin as a peer review. Okay. As of now, we don't have CPD points yet. However, we are working on that. So very soon we will do that one as well. Which model of peer review is found? Okay, now double-blind peer review is what is used by most journals. Double-blind peer review is what is used by most journals. Okay, so take note of that. It is 12 o'clock now. I hope I answered all your questions already. So we are going to have lunch break. Okay, so around 12:50, we are going to come back, and then we are going to continue with the afternoon session. I hope that you enjoy the morning session. Okay. All right. So we are going to continue with the afternoon session. All right. So I'm not going to switch off the Zoom. So it will still be on. Just leave your phone, leave your gadget, whatever it is like that. Okay, if you log out, you can just log in again because I will not be logging out. You can just log in again around 11:50. I'll be here again. All right, so take your lunch, enjoy your lunch. See you again. All right, see you. Thank you. At 11:50, see you. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. So the afternoon discussion, we are going to talk about, I just got a review invite. What next? What do I do? Okay. So as you begin this journey, it's likely journals are going to contact you. They will send message to you locally and internationally, wanting you to review a paper. Okay, so you'll need to know what to do in case. you receive a paper from a journal for review. Okay, so we'll begin with making the decision. Making the decision. Okay, so the first question you need to ask yourself is, am I available? Are you available? Are you an expert in that expertise or in that field? Okay, that particular field you've been asked to review. Are you an expert in that area? Okay, have you co-published with the authors in the past? Okay, it could be that the person's paper, the author of that paper is a friend of yours, or maybe a colleague or something. Okay, this is where the conflict of interest come in. Next one, have you worked at the same institution as the author? Are you related to the author? Can you keep confidentiality? So these are some of the questions you will need to consider before you decide to accept the paper or reject the paper. Okay, or reject the invite to review the paper. Okay, so these are some of the questions that you need to ask yourself. Okay. Now, if you decide to accept, then check the general instruction and journal specific requirement. If you decide to accept the paper, you decide to review, okay, you have to go to the journal page and check the general instruction and the specific instructions. Okay, check the confidentiality. Okay, check the confidentiality because usually the journal will indicate on its side issues regarding review as it has to do with confidentiality and so on and so forth. Okay, so the journal will provide that information. And then you will need to create an account. You will need to create an account with a website, with a journal. So as part of the acceptance, you go to the journal website. You will go to the journal website and then you will create an account. Okay, you will create an account with the journal. And then that is where you have access to the paper you have been sent to review. Usually in the email will contain only the abstract. So the actual paper, you can access it in the journal website. You could access it in the journal website. So just take note of this. You could access it in the journal website. Okay. Okay, however, if you decide to decline, then you will need to provide a reason. Why did you decline? Okay, you have to provide a reason. If possible, you can suggest somebody who could be a best fit for the review. Okay, somebody you know who is competent, who has experience in review. Okay, and then you still need to ensure confidentiality regarding the person you are going to recommend, regarding the paper you have received. Even if you decline, you are not allowed to tell people about the paper you received. You are not allowed to tell anybody. Okay. Now the next question is, am I the right person to do this review? Am I the right person to do this review? Okay. So in relation to this, you should only review a manuscript if it matches your area of expertise. Okay, even if the topic sounds fascinating, don't agree to review if you do not have the expertise in that area. Okay, so please get this very clear. The fact that you have been invited to review doesn't mean you have to accept. No, you have to check and make sure that the paper fits or meets your area of expertise, which is very important. Okay, if you are not sure you have the right expertise, or if you think you could provide an expert evaluation of one aspect of the manuscript, but not all of it, okay, get in touch with the journal, okay, to see what they need, okay. Sometimes maybe the methodology is very complicated, or the statistics is very complicated, and it's beyond your strength. However, you can review the other aspect of the paper. So what you have to do is just let the journal know, let the editor know that my strength, my expertise, I can review this part, but the other part, I'm sorry, I don't have the expertise in that. Okay? It doesn't mean you are weak, or it doesn't mean you are not competent. It means you are competent. Okay? It means that you are being honest instead of getting something and you cannot really do it with excellence. Okay, now the next question is, do I have the time? Do I have the time to do the review by the journal deadline? Okay, so you will need to check your availability. Okay, notice, don't overcommit. Okay, so you have to make sure you have enough time to provide a thorough review. Make sure you have enough time to do it. So if you want to review, but think you might need extra time to get it done, okay, just let the editor know, okay, as soon as possible, okay? So let's assume that they gave you 2 weeks to complete. They gave you 2 weeks to complete. And then your schedule is such that you are very busy. If you need 3 weeks, just email the journal. Please, can you give me 3 weeks for this? Okay, if it's possible, they will give you 3 weeks. If it's not possible, they will ask another reviewer to do it, which is okay. Yeah, I remember maybe about a month or 2 ago, I received one paper from one Web of Science journal, ISI journal, and they wanted me to do the review in 5 days. Okay, and I'm sure they gave it to me because of my commitment to meeting deadlines. Okay, in the past, usually if they will send a paper to me, they said 2 weeks. I finish it in 2 days, like that. Or sometimes they'll say 1 week, by 5 days I'm done. So they signed the paper, they said, we want it done in 5 days. Okay, I had so many things to do, but I'm building credibility with the journal. Okay, I've been working with them as a reviewer for some time, and I have in mind very soon I want to join them as an editor. Okay, so I don't want to compromise with my integrity with the journal. So I just created time for it, and I did a very good review for the journal, and they were so much excited. All right, so my point here is, if you don't have time, just be honest, and then avoid doing something halfway. I mean, you do the review and yet you didn't do it well. That destroys your credibility. Okay. The next thing here is, can I provide an objective review? Can I provide an objective review? So before you respond to the invitation, please check the author list, okay? in a case you have past or present collaboration with any author, okay, or any other potential competing interest. So what that means is that, okay, you have to be sure that you don't know the author. Okay, that could be one scenario. It could also be you know the author, but make sure that you will not be biased. Okay, make sure you close your eyes to who the person is and focus on the content and do a very unbiased, fair review. You have to be objective as much as possible. And then you should decline the invitation if an outside observer might reasonably feel that your review was negatively or positively biased by a competing interest. Okay, maybe the paper is from one of your students, okay, and you want to make your student proud. So instead of focusing on the content, you focus instead of the student. Okay, so it means that you are being biased, okay? So if you know that there is a tendency to be negatively or positively biased, please decline the invitation, okay? Decline the invitation. However, if irrespective of whether you know the person, the author or not, you will still be able to, do a good job, then you can proceed to do it. No problem with that. Okay. Now the next thing here is why you need to really get involved as an academician. Is it really, really important? Is it really, really important? I remember a few months ago, I submitted my resume to a college, and then I was applying for a vice president position. Okay, so they checked my credentials and everything. And one place that really impressed them so much was my involvement in research. Okay, they were so much impressed with the editorial, with the peer reviews, with the publications, and so on and so forth. So the question is, why do you need to really get involved? Okay, number one, serving as a peer reviewer looks good on your CV. Okay, as it shows that your expertise is recognized by other scientists. Okay, you'll get to read more. You'll get to read some of the latest science in your field, okay, as well as before it gets into the public domain. Okay, and critical thinking skills, it's needed during the peer review, okay? And for that matter, the more review, the more you broaden your critical thinking ability. Now let's look at how to get involved, how you can get involved in peer review. Now the first thing here is you have to develop your reviewing skills. Okay, and that is why training like this is very, very important. Okay, there is one American philosopher who said that your ability to earn or your ability to make money is always equivalent to your level of self-development. Okay, why? Because he says that formal education, okay, makes you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. So as a matter of fact, after getting the PhD, you still need to learn new skills, okay? One thing I have really noted is that a PhD will not really make you rich, or it will not give you a better life, because I've seen so many PhD students, PhD holders who are really very poor. So the issue is what you do with the PhD you have, okay? What you do with a PhD, that is what is going to change your life. Because in my journey with PhD, what I realized is what I learned most was how to start new things, and how to be self-dependent, and how to build projects and so on and so forth. And that is the essence of PhD. So you have to build your review skill. Yeah, because research now, as you know, it's not just here in the Philippines, even in Thailand, where I stayed before. It's a big thing. And then the government is pouring a lot of resources into research. Okay, so if you are able to build yourself, yeah, that'll be very good for you. That'll be very, very good for you. All right, so that's part of the vital role peer reviewers play. It's really rare for journals to provide any formal training. So journals usually do not provide formal training. Okay, sometimes they do, but it's rare. Okay, it's rare. So then, what do you do? So you will need to be proactive, no? Okay, to develop your skills and understanding of the peer review process. How? By attending series of training and using other resources. Okay, so some of these trainings are going to build you up, they are going to expand your knowledge, they are going to make you more competent. And like somebody said, Rome was not built in a day, okay? Rome was not built in a day. For example, what I'm doing now, I have done it for 8 years now. Okay, I started doing this way back in 2012 when I began this journey. Okay, so I've been doing this for 8 years. So you don't become an expert by just attending one training. No, it doesn't happen like that. Okay, so you need to attend training over training over training in order to hone your skills to be a good reviewer or a good researcher. So after that, you need to get some practice. You have to get some practice. Okay, so once you've done some initial training, it's time to put into practice. Okay, so you could first serve on your school journal as a reviewer. That could be a good way to begin. Those of you whose schools have got journals, you can volunteer to join the reviewers for your school journal. That could be the best starting point for you. Okay, so you just write letter to your research director or whoever is in charge, and then you can start. Okay, however, in case your school does not have a journal, you might know another university or another college which has got with a journal, and you can volunteer as a reviewer. So you need to begin practice everything. After you get a certification, I'm telling you, with the certification we are going to give you, there is no journal that you try to want to join with the certificate you are holding, and they will say no, no, they will, because it's a high standard, high rank certification. Okay, high rank certification. So you can do that in your city, in your province. You might have universities or colleges with journals, and you can volunteer to join them. That could be a good way to begin practicing. Okay, so you practice from that level, and then you can look for online journals that are looking for reviewers, and then you can submit your application, submit your credentials. Okay, but because you already have some review experience by joining local journals, it means that it's going to give you an upper hand in the competition. All right, so you could also look for accredited journals online, okay, that need reviewers, okay, locally and internationally. One thing you should all understand is there are a lot of fake journals and a lot of pirate journals online. So it's not every journal that I really say you should join as a reviewer, yeah, because some of those journals actually will discredit you. Okay, so make sure that the journal you will try to join, uh, if it's an institution-based journal, that is okay. Okay, that's okay. And then if it's not institution-based, then it should be an accredited journal by chair. Okay, it should be an accredited journal by chair. If it's an institution-based journal and it's not even yet accredited by chair, it's okay. Why? Because it's a college or a university. And then in colleges and universities, everything follows protocols and standards. So it will be okay to begin with them. Okay. So consider asking your supervisor if you can assist with peer reviews, okay, which they are currently writing. Okay, sometimes your advisor has got a lot of papers from journals that need to be reviewed. Okay, so you can ask them if you can do some reviews for them. So in that case, they will contact their journal. Okay, they will contact their journal and ask permission so that you can do that. Okay, another thing is, even for those of you who are advisors for thesis and dissertation, thesis and dissertations are also good for practicing. Okay, it's not a journal, but reading in the graduate school, there's something like paper critic, like that. Okay, paper critiquing is also a type of review. It's also a type of review. So you also need the journal editor's consent, okay, for this to happen, okay. But it's not uncommon, and you can be a useful way of getting feedback from a trusted source on your own reviewing skills. So this could be a good starting place for you. Okay, let's begin well, and then when we begin well, okay, sure, we can finish well. All right, so you might also want to practice peer reviewing papers written by your colleagues. Okay, so maybe in your college or your department, okay, your colleagues will write their paper they want to publish. Okay, you can get review, give them some comments on it. Okay, that could be a good way to begin as well. So this is more informal. So pre-submission peer review is common practice among researchers anyway. So this is what one of the participant was asking a while ago. Before you submit to the journal, make sure you get a pre-review. Very important. Okay. So the pre-review can be done by your colleagues or could be done by experts. Okay. For that, you might have to pay for it, but usually it's worth it. Let's assume that you pay 1,000 or 2,000 to get your paper pre-reviewed. That's not bad at all. That's not bad. Okay. However, if your colleagues, if your peers or your mentors can review it for you for free, that will be awesome. That will be very, very awesome. Okay. So it's a great way to hone your skills. Okay. And will help them to develop their manuscript further before submitting to a chosen journal. Okay, so if you get 2-3 people to pre-review before submission, it means that based on the comments they are going to give you, you'll be able to improve your paper very, very well. Okay, you'll be able to improve your paper well. All right, number 3, identify the journals you want to review for. Okay, you should also identify journals you want to review for. So start by creating a list of journals in your subject area you may want to review for. Okay, so do your research online, browsing by subject area or keywords, okay, to find the most relevant title. If you go online, go to Google, you can type in names or titles that are related to your field. Okay, for example, if I go online and I type in, Or maybe I can show you. Let me show you on my laptop. That might be easier. Okay, I will show you from my laptop. I will stop sharing. Okay. And then I'm going to go to my laptop. Okay. So as you can see, let me know, can you see my desktop, my laptop? Can you see the screen? Give me feedback. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, let me increase my light to make it more visible. Okay. All right, so if I type in here, let's say, I will just use education. Okay, I will just use education. So if I type in here, let's say psychology in education. Okay, psychology in education, journals. Okay. So there's going to be a whole lot of options here. Okay, so I'm going to look at the option here. This is Journal of Educational Psychology, British Journal of blah, 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 Social School Psychology Review, European Journal of Psychology. And so you can check any of that. If I will go down, okay, I can have this here, Journal of Educational Psychology, okay, Teaching of Psychology, blah, blah, blah. So you would check which one is more related to your field, which one is more related to your field, okay? And then you are going to check. For example, this is International Journal of Psychology and Educational Studies. Okay, let's assume that this is related to my field. So I'm going to open this. Okay, and I will check if this is a good journal or it's not a good journal. Okay, I will check if it's a good journal or it's not a good journal. Okay, so let's see. Okay, a little slow. It's loading, little slow. It's getting slow. Just a moment. Okay, so it's open already. Let's check here. So now we want to check if this is a good journal or not a good journal. So how do we know? Okay, so what you are going to do is you are going to look for where this journal is indexed. Okay, if this journal is indexed in Scopus or ISI or what. So if you look here, there is indexing. So I'm going to click on indexing here. Okay, so indexing, you can see where it's indexed. ERIC is a very good, good database. Okay, it's very high ranked. So ERIC is really, really very good. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, so over here we see it is indexed in Directory of Open Access Journals, Google Scholar, directory of research journal indexing, and so on and so forth. So among these here, okay, this is a good place to index. Okay, and then WorldCat is also a very good. Okay, and then most journals are found on Google Scholar. Anyway, you can actually put your research on Google Scholar by yourself. It's not big deal about that. Okay, by this Eric here, is really a good proof that this journal is a good journal. Okay, it's a good accredited journal. Okay, so get note of this. Okay, this is one way to do it. Now let me show you another example. Let's go back. Let's look for another example. Okay, for example, if we check this one here. Okay, let me, I will change it. I'll make it education journal. Let's see what we'll get. Okay, so we have this one here. Let's check. And then let's look for another one. Okay. And let's check this one. And then this one. Okay, so I'm going to open them and we'll check and see. Okay, so you will see that this journal is indexed in Elsevier. Okay, it's indexed in Scopus. So you know it right away. It's there. Okay, so which means that this is a good journal. You can join as a reviewer. Okay, now let's check the other one. So this one, let's see if it's indicated somewhere. Okay, so the indexing is found here. So you check. So here it's indexed in ERIC as well. Stanford Library, Publons, KPK. Okay, so it also shows that this journal is not a bad journal, okay, because of where it's indexed. It's not a predatory journal, okay? All right. So the indexing is good. The indexing is good. So it gives us a clue that it's a good journal. Okay, then we have this one here too. This is Journal of Education. Okay, so this is not a bad journal. Okay. Because this group, most of their journals are indexed in Scopus and ISI. Okay, it's indexed in Scopus and ISI. If we want journal info, we can check here, and then we can check on abstracting and indexing. Okay, so abstracting and indexing will give us detail. Okay, see, I said it. It's indexed here in Scopus and then indexed in Google Scholar. So it means that it's a good journal. Okay, it's also found in ISI, Clarivate Analytics. It is also found in EBSCO and ERIC. Okay, So that gives us a clue about whether the journal is good or it's not good. Okay, so by checking these details, you'll be able to look for good journals and join. Okay, good journals and join. But let me say that as a beginner, you can begin with accredited journals locally, maybe Philippine journals or journals in ASEAN Citation Index. Okay, let me show you something. If you type in here, ASEAN ASEAN Citation Index, you see some journals here. Some of them, they are already in Scopus. Others are not yet in Scopus. Okay, however, you can get some good journals here to join. Okay. Okay, so when I open here, okay, you can see this is ASEAN Citation Index. And these are all chaired accredited journals. These are all chaired accredited journals. Okay, some of them, they are in Scopus ISI, some of them are not. However, every journal here is considered as accredited by CHED. Okay, so if you are reviewing for a journal here, it means that it's a good thing to do. So if I click here, the list of all the journals are here. And actually, if you have a paper you want to publish, you can also look for journals here in the ASEAN Citation Index. Excuse me. Okay, you can look for journals here in the ASEAN Citation Index. Okay, it has more than 600 journals. Okay, which are all accredited journals in all kinds of fields. So you can go through here, look for a journal in your field or in your discipline, and then you send an email to the editor that you want to join as a reviewer. Okay, if they like, then they are going to accept you as a reviewer. Okay, all right, so I'll go back to my PowerPoint. I hope this helped you. Okay. So what we are saying here is start by creating a list of journals you want to review for, okay? So you can search for them online, as I have told you. So target a small number of journals which most closely match your area of expertise, okay? And then read up on their aims and scope, okay? Check their aims and scope. And then browse recent issues, okay, to see what kind of papers they publish. Okay, you might even be able to find their reviewer and author guidelines or an editorial policy, okay, for the journal. So you check their author guideline, editorial policy, and you make sure that you meet all those requirements, okay? And then you can email the editor. Okay, let's continue. Identify the journals you want to review for, okay? All right, so editors will become more likely to contact you for a peer review if they can see a clear link, okay, between a submitted paper, okay, and your own expertise. So it pays to be diligent at this stage. It pays to be diligent at this stage. Okay, so let me say that, maybe I'll talk about that later, but I'll just say it in brief. Okay, you should also understand that Okay, when you submit a letter to the editor asking if you can review, usually they will not reply you until they have a paper that they want you to review. That's from my experience. Okay, there is one particular journal when I submitted uh, ISI journal, to be precise. I submitted my resume to be a reviewer. They did not reply until they had a paper for me to review. And then they send the paper to me. So that is it. Okay, so sometimes they will not reply. So but you just have to wait patiently. As much as you have submitted your application, then that is it. Number 4, use your academic and professional networks. Okay. So once you know the journals you want to review for, okay, you contact the editor through your mentors. If your mentors know the editors, you can contact them, okay? So this could be a colleague, a mentor, a supervisor who knows the editor. Okay, some journals have large editorial boards. So check online. Okay, listen in case you know someone who could introduce you. Okay, there is this saying, anyway, just we'll just say this. There is a saying that in this world, okay, things become easier, okay, not when you know the person who wants to, who you want to help. For example, if I want to get something from the president, okay, I know the president, but the question is, does the president know me? Okay, if I know the president, I'm asking something from the president. If the president does not know me, he will not reply. Why? Because he doesn't know me. So it's not about who you know, but it's about who knows you. That's my point. Who knows you? Okay. So it's easier if somebody will introduce you. It's easier to join a peer review if you will be introduced. So your mentor, the professors in your college, if they are part of review or they are part of editorial committees, just ask them to recommend you and they will recommend you. So this isn't a mandatory step in the process, but it can help, okay? It can help. In my case, nobody introduced me initially, okay? I was hungry. I was really hungry. I wanted to join the research system, grow my skill like that, okay? And then I began the journey after I joined the university in Thailand as head of international research publication. Okay, so that is it. So if you know somebody who can help you through the process, that'll be awesome. Okay, number 5, contact the editor directly. For most journals, the contact email of the editor is found at the website. So don't worry if you don't have a connection maybe with any of the editors or anyone on the editorial committee of that journal, okay? So you can still contact the editor directly, okay, without any personal introduction. You can do that, it's possible. Okay, you just have to email, that's all. Okay, so contact information is usually available on the journal's page. And then if you can't find an email address on the journal's website, okay, try looking for the editor's institutional profile instead. Okay, so if you find the editor's institutional profile, you will find the email address as well. Okay, when you contact the editor, let them know you would like to get involved with peer review, especially with their journal. Okay, demonstrate your knowledge of the journal. Okay, you tell them you have taken the peer reviewer certification with Web of Science and then with the Human Research Training Group, and you want to practice this knowledge. Okay, and I mean, editors will like people who really want to learn, they want to practice. Okay, they will see you as a zealous guy who want to really get something done. Okay, highlight any previous experience, qualification, or publications that might be relevant, including if you've attended the excellence in peer review, okay, by some journals. Okay, you can do that. For example, you have attended the training in peer review with the human research. You have to include that. Okay, in your email. You have had certification with Web of Science, with ISI. You have to include that. That's very, very important. Okay, and then attach up-to-date CV or resume. Okay, let me say that sometimes after, like I mentioned earlier, when you submit, they will not reply. They will not reply at all. Like I think Ricky or somebody was saying a while ago, you were asking for the certification, but they did not reply. Okay, sometimes it's like that. Okay, don't be disappointed if you don't get, if you don't hear from them. Okay, as it may take some time before they receive a research paper which is particularly relevant to your expertise. It really takes time. Okay, all right. So if your application to become a peer reviewer is declined, okay, you can ask for feedback so that you can improve your chances of success with a different journal. Okay, now the next thing here is tips for getting started as a reviewer. Tips for getting started as a reviewer. Number one is update your profile. Okay, so after this training, okay, get your CV, update your CV. Every training you have had which is related to research and publication, please make sure to include in your CV. Okay, so keep your CV and account in sites such as LinkedIn, ResearchGate, Academia, etc. current, and make sure you include keywords about your research areas. Okay, I will advise that you open account with LinkedIn and then put your profile there. Do that. Okay. I usually tell my students, I said, look, when people will type your name on Google, it should not be Facebook that should pop up first. No. There are so many people, I mean, even they are PhDs, but if you type their name online, the first thing you see is Facebook. I mean, no, it should not be like that. So create an account with LinkedIn, with ResearchGate, with Academia. There are other platforms like that, whereby you can market yourself, you can introduce yourself. Because if you submit your profile, sometime the editor is going to check online what you have been doing online. Okay, do you have any research contribution, or what is it that you have been doing? Okay, that's very important. Okay, be findable. You have to be findable. Okay, make sure that your email address, okay, is easy to find and up to date. Okay, easy to find and up to date. Very important. Okay, you should check your email every day. Every day, at least once, you should check your email. At this level, you should check your email every day. There are some of you, you don't open your email. Sometimes a week, you don't even check what is there. Please, as an academician, it's not a good thing. So you should check your email. Okay, make sure you can be found. You can be found. And like I was saying, if you have a profile on Academia, on ResearchGate, on LinkedIn, then it's easy for people to find you. Okay, Even if you have maybe a paper not published, just an article, you can post in academia, you can post in ResearchGate, you can post in LinkedIn to activate your online presence and your contribution. It might not be a journal paper, it could be just one-page review. You can still post it there, and people will read, and it will help with your citation. Okay, you need to upgrade your citation. Okay, where people will cite your work in different work. That is very important. Number three, read. Okay, so stay up to date with the public literature in your field. Okay, when you read an article, think about how you would evaluate it. Okay, if you were reviewing it for a journal. And then also read articles that are published with a reviewer comments online. So I would really advise that from time to time, read articles that are related in your field, especially recent articles, papers that are published in 2020, 2019, 2018. I mean, you should look for articles like that and read, okay? Next one, keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. So editors often select reviewers by looking at the references in published articles. Okay, so they will look at your citation, okay? By continuing to conduct your research and report the result, you will help editors find and match you to the kind of study you want to read. So let me say that don't wait until your university will give you funds before you do research. I usually say that, look, doing a research is not actually about money, okay? Sometimes when I check some papers in Scopus ISI, 3-page, it's published in Scopus. It's just a review paper which does not take any money to do. Okay, so I mean, you can do that. You can do that and publish. Just a literature review can be published. Okay, just check the journal format, how to do it, what to include, what not to include, and publish. Okay, so doing research is not always about doing a whole lengthy research and things like that. Not like that. If you are going to work like that, then you publish a paper once every 2 years. Okay, but you should be flexible, doing some reviews here and there, publish the review, and that is good. Okay, the next thing is get a unique personal identifier. Okay, so sign up an ORCID ID. Okay, and authorize ORCID to link up your publication. So this is a very good identifier for researchers. Okay, just like DOI is for research papers, okay, ORCID ID is for researchers. So you can go to ORCID or just type in Google ORCID, okay, and then sign up, create an account. They will give you an ID. So every time you publish a paper or you want to publish a paper, you put your ORCID ID there because it makes it easier to be found online. Okay, it makes it very, very easy to be found online. Or maybe I will show you from my laptop. Okay, so let me go back to my desktop again. Okay, so I'm going to type in here, okay, ORCID. Okay, so it will bring you here. And then over here, you can register. You can click on register. Okay. So you see, I have registered already. Okay, so I can just sign in like that. Okay, so if you are not registered, you input email, choose password, create your, to ask for your institution, and so on and so forth. So you can just create an ID. Okay, so you add that to your what do you call it? You add that to your papers when you are submitting to the journal. Okay, let me go. I'll go back to my PowerPoint. Okay, very good. Sheila said I have ORCID ID already. Okay, very good. Those of you who do not have, please, you get an ID. Register and get an ID. Okay, so let's go back to our presentation. Okay, next is find a mentor. Find a mentor. Okay, so let your supervisor know that you are interested in doing peer review. So ask if you might be able to co-author a review paper with your supervisor. Okay, you know, that's a nice way to do things, right? Actually, in business philosophy, it is taught that, okay, everything you want to do in business, look for a mentor, look for somebody who has done what you want to do, okay? And let them mentor you, and then you will do it so easily. So in your institution, look for people, the supervisors, the mentors, go to them and let them help you, okay? Even if you want to co-publish a paper with me, fine, that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. You can co-publish a paper with me. Okay, we'll just share the role, and then you do your part, I do my part, and then we'll publish the paper. That'll be awesome. Okay. Next one is go to conference. Okay. So give presentations or participate on panels at conferences to start getting known among others in the field. So from time to time, you should really attend conference. Okay, you could attend as a presenter, but the issue is after you present 2-3 times, they will ask you to join the panel. Okay, and then you will get to know more people, especially in the field of in your field, and then you will be able to connect with them. So network with journal editors, okay, by attending conferences. Okay, so this is one of the things you can do. So local conferences usually are not expensive. So you can, I mean, 1,000 or even 2,000, you can join a conference, okay? Sometimes we need to plan it, okay? Plan it. That every year you want to attend one conference or 2 conferences, okay? And make budget for that, make budget for that. Okay, the next one is be active on social media. Okay, social media here does not mean Facebook, okay? I'm talking about LinkedIn. I'm talking about ResearchGate. I'm talking about all those platforms. So follow and connect with experts in your field via Twitter, LinkedIn, or other platforms. Okay? Even on Facebook, there are some journals who are, that have a page on Facebook. Okay, so that journals, you can follow them. You can also join Facebook groups, research groups, okay? You can join. However, when you join, you just have to be careful because some of the people there, they are there to cheat people, to dupe people, look for advantage, and so on and so forth. So you have to be selective in everything you read over there and so on and so forth. Okay, so you have to be active, okay? Post some articles, either your own articles or articles of other people, as much as possible. And you can join a research club, join a research club. So find or form a group, okay, at your university or institution to get practice evaluating research with your peers. Okay, so you can join the research team or the research club or the editorial board in your university. If you don't have that, you can create one in your school. You can create one. Okay, next one is how to review manuscript, how to review. Okay. Now the first thing is get to know the review format. Get to know the review format. Usually, every journal has its own format, its own style. Okay, so you have to know. A manuscript review is made up of 3 sections. Okay, it has a rating form. Okay, it has a rating form. So the editor will provide you a form for rating the manuscript. Okay, on a predetermined list of attributes that will lead you to answer the central question. Okay, so do you think this journal should publish? Example, do you think this journal should publish this paper? So the form, the rating form they will give to you, it has a set of questions. Okay. Now notes to authors. Usually, it should be like 1 to 2 pages. Okay, it constitutes the bulk of the review, and it summarizes the manuscript's main points and includes general comments about the paper's strength and weakness. Okay, so as part of the review, okay, you need to provide a note for the author, for the editor, and then for the author. Okay, so here we are saying that all your comments should not be more than 2 pages. Okay, all your review comments should not be more than 2 pages. It also provides the author with constructive feedback as well as a roadmap for arriving at the best possible version of the article. Okay, so aside from the form, okay, you also need to provide a note, a written note. And then here we are saying that it should not be more than 2 pages. Okay. And then the note to the editor. The first one was to the author, and this is to the editor. Okay. So this is a brief text. Okay, and then it conveys confidential comment to be read only by the journal editor. Okay, including whether any element of the paper is beyond the reviewer's expertise. Okay, number 2, familiarize yourself. Familiarize yourself with the journal. Okay, so just to go back here again, I said here that, okay, you have a rating form, no? 3 sections here, you have a rating form, okay? And you have a note to the authors. And then number 3, you have a note to the editor. Okay, so get this very clear. Let's go to number 2. Familiarize yourself with a journal. Okay, you need to get familiar with a journal. Very important. Okay, so after you have read the manuscript and before you start writing, okay, saw the journal and pay attention to how the articles are presented. Okay, take note of the formatting, the order of the sections, and the level of detail expected in the article. Okay, and then be sure that you have clear understanding of the journal's intended audience. Okay, so you should really be able to understand the particular style of the journal, okay, when it comes to how the paper should look like. So when you go to the journal page, you can look at some of the papers there, how they've been published, how they look like, and so on and so forth, to give you a good understanding of what to do. Editors will often give you a list of instructions, okay, for your review as well. So tailor your review precisely to fit that journal. Okay, so you'll be given specific instructions on how you need to do it. So also find out the journal's policy regarding reviewer anonymity. And then some journals, keep in mind, some journals keep both the author and the reviewers anonymous, while others give both parties the option to remain anonymous. Okay, so you should cross-check with the journal policy when it comes to reviewing. Okay, check it very well so that you don't mess up in the process. Okay, number 3, know what to look for. Know what to look for. Many journals provide reviewers with criteria for reviewing each section, okay, of the paper or the manuscript. So in general, however, ask yourself if the article meets the following benchmarks. Okay, number 1, overall, it makes a meaningful contribution to the field. Okay, so these are some of the criteria that you are going to ensure as you review the paper. So that is that. Number 2, the science underlying the main idea is strong. Okay, the science underlying the main idea is strong, which means that the paper has got a good foundation, good background. Okay, there are no significant gaps in the cited literature. Okay, gaps in cited literature, we are talking about proper citing. Okay, proper citing. So here what it means to say is that it could be, from my experience, there are some papers I received and then a whole research, and then the citations are just about 5 or even 10 only. I mean, that's too few. That's too few. Okay, so you have to check that every information used really needs to be cited. And then, like I said before, as I said, the number of citation also is influenced by the length of the manuscript. Okay, all right. For social sciences and humanities, more references are used compared to the physical sciences, biological sciences, and so on and so forth. Okay, a result have not been previously published. We are going to check whether or not the results have been published before or not. Number 5, the research design is appropriate. The research kinds, the right kind of participants are used. The sample size is adequate. The correct statistics is used. The interpretation of data makes sense. The findings are important and interesting to the journal's readers. Okay, so these are some of the things you will really need to ensure as you review the paper. Okay, let's move on. The methods explained are the methods are explained well enough that the experiments can be replicated. Okay, so a while ago I made mention that what makes a study scientific is it should be able to be replicated. Okay, if your study, no one can follow the methodology and produce the same research, it means that it's not worth publishing. Okay, the discussion session integrate the findings with relevant theory rather than simply rehashing the introduction. Okay, so the discussion needs to be supported with literature, with theories if necessary, and so on and so forth. Okay, the writing is high quality in terms of grammar and so on and so forth. Okay, number 4, accept, reject, or revise. At the end of your process, you will recommend whether the journal should accept the manuscript as it is, reject it outright, or ask the authors to revise and resubmit the manuscript. So unless you accept the manuscript as it is, an extremely rare decision, okay? Extremely rare decision, okay? So you need to suggest ways to improve the paper for resubmission. Get note of this, okay? Got a suggestion. You may also choose to weigh in on whether the article would be a better fit for another publication. Sometimes it's not like the paper is not really good, but it does not fit in the scope of the journal. So you as a reviewer, you need to recommend that the article is good, the research is good. However, it could be submitted to another journal because of the scope. Okay, so in your notes to the author, you should feel free to make suggestions about the best place, okay, to resubmit the manuscript, okay, in case it doesn't fit in the scope. Okay, number 5, map out a plan. Okay, so having set the process for conducting your review can make the experience less daunting. Okay, once you on one day, read the manuscript through once without making comments. Okay, so here we are talking about making up a plan for your review, making a schedule. Okay, so the one you can read through without taking any note or making any comment, and then on another day, you read through and then you make some comments. And then the next day, you complete the written form and type up, okay, notes to the author and the editor. So you can complete the review in 3 settings. That's just an option though. Nonetheless, you could accomplish all the review steps in 1 sitting. Okay, usually that is what I do. Okay, when I set out to review a paper, I review it at a go. Sometimes it takes me some hours, but I prefer it that way. Okay, so read through first and then read again and take notes, and then read again and then prepare the report like that. Okay, know your statistics. Statistical methods have become so sophisticated, okay, in recent years that it requires at least one of the two reviewers to be a researcher with a strong statistical background. Okay, so if the statistic is beyond your ability, then be honest, okay? Let the editor know that I'm sorry that this is beyond my ability. Now think big picture. Equally focus on copy editing and the editor's overall presentation. Okay, sometimes where the reviewers look they look into the detail and then they don't look at the big picture. Okay, because if you're going to look at the big picture, you see that look, the content is really good. Yes, the grammar and all those issues are not okay, but you can look at the big picture. Your view should not, your review should not be more than 2 pages. Double space, excuse me. Okay. Step 8, meet your deadline. Meet your deadline. Okay, so what is that? Many journals operate on a 30-day turnaround. Okay, not every journal, but most journals, they will expect you at most in a 1 month you should submit your review. Okay, some journals even request as less than 21 days. Okay, so editors take turnaround time very seriously. Okay, so you must always be able to submit your review before the time. Okay, so if you do accept the invitation, please stick to the deadline. Nothing is more frustrating than waiting on reviewers to get their comments back. Okay, so in fairness, if you decide to accept to review, make sure that you work within the deadline. Okay, be honest. When an editor sends out a manuscript for review, he or she is doing so because doing so with a fair amount of trust, or because he really trusts the editor can do a good work. So that means, among other things, that you cannot share the manuscript with anyone. I made mention of this earlier. Okay, so the editor also expects the reviewer to report any potential conflict of interest. Okay, number 10, okay, be constructive and kind. Okay, I'm saying this again, be kind as a reviewer, okay, be kind. Remember to lead with the positive, okay? Remember, no paper is so bad that you cannot provide some sort of positive comment. I mean, some papers are horrible, but even in that horribleness or in that state, I mean, you can find something good about it. So please make sure that if there's something good, you indicate that one too. Okay, you also need to deliver critical feedback. Reviewers need to think of themselves as judges, okay? But as educators, not as judges, but as educators, helping authors to improve their manuscript by giving clear, constructive notes. Okay, so you are not a judge to condemn, but you are an educator to help improve the paper which has been sent to you for review. Now let's look at a step-by-step guide, a step-by-step guide, okay, to help you do a good work with your review. Okay, responding to the author. Responding to the author. So when you receive an invitation to peer review, you will be sent a copy of the paper's abstract, okay, to help you decide whether you wish to do it or not. Okay, usually they will not send the whole paper to you because the whole paper will be found in the journal website. So you will need to create an account and log in before you can access it. But you have access to the abstract. So try to respond to invitation promptly, okay? When you receive invitation, please don't wait till 1 week time before you reply, okay? The same moment they send the invitation, if you can reply immediately, okay? Why? Because the review period has a duration and the editor is working with time, which means that you don't have to delay the process by not responding to the email. Okay, so try to respond to invitation promptly. That's what I said. And then if there's any conflict of interest, you should indicate it. So overview of the peer review report format. Overview of the peer review report format. So the structure, the review report varies from journal to journal, which means that no journal has got the same format. So some follow an informal structure, while others have a more formal approach. Okay, so the informal structure, many journals don't provide criteria, okay? for reviews beyond asking for your analysis of merit. That's the informal way. So in this case, you may wish to familiarize yourself with examples of other reviews done for the journal, okay, which the editor should be able to provide, or as you gain experience, you can rely on your own style. Okay, so if the journal gives you the criteria, fine. But usually in most informal ways, the journal will not give you any criteria. They will just ask you to review, and that's it. So it's up to you. You will need to check from the journal's website to be able to do the right thing. Okay. So with a formal structure, okay, we are saying other journals require a more formal approach. Okay. Sometimes they will ask you to address specific questions. Okay. In your view, via a questionnaire. Or they might want you to rate the manuscript on various attributes using a scorecard. Okay, so often you can't see these until you log in to submit your review. Okay, so every time you are reviewing, please log into the journal website. So when you agree to the work, it's worth checking for any journal specific guidelines and requirements. So if there are formal guidelines, let them direct, okay, the structure of your review. Okay, if the journal provides, then you have to follow. So now let's go through the steps. Step one, the first read through. Earlier on, I gave a brief overview of how. I said day one, first reading, day two, read and write comment, and day three, type in your comment. Okay, now we are going to look at that in a more detail. Okay, so the first read through. The first read through is often a skim read, okay? So it will help you form an initial impression of the paper, okay, and get a sense of whether your eventual recommendation will be to accept or to reject the paper. So keep a pen and a paper. Now we are talking about step two, first read considerations. So keep a pen and paper handy when skimming through. Bear in mind the following questions as they will help you. Number one, what is the main question addressed by the research? Is it relevant and interesting? How original is the topic? What does it add to the subject area, okay, compared to the published materials? Is the paper well written? Is the text clear and easy to read? Are the conclusion consistent with the evidence and argument presented? Do they address the main questions posed? If the author is disagreeing significantly with current academic consensus, do they have a substantial case? If not, what would be required to make the case credible? If the paper includes tables or figures, okay, what do they add to the paper? Do they aid understanding or they are superfluous? Step three, spotting potential major flaws. Okay, spotting flaws. So you will examine one, the sample in analytical papers. Now, next one, the sufficient use of control experiment. This has to do with the sciences. Okay, precision of the data, regularity of sampling, and time-dependent studies. Okay. So you will know that all this has to do with the methodology. Okay. So issues with methodology is a major concern. Okay. It's a major flaw. Okay. Yeah, you may have issue with conclusion, but that is not a major flaw because the conclusion can be easily done. But if the problem with methodology, it means that the paper cannot be published. Yeah, it cannot because that's a major issue. Okay, because the methodology is like the pivot of the whole study. Everything goes around it. So if there's a problem with the methodology, then that is it. Okay, now the validity of questions, the use of detailed methodology, and the data analysis being done systematically. Okay, so we talk about validity. Okay, validity, that the results satisfy the objectives. Okay, so these are the objectives, these are the results. They have to match like that. Okay. If in case of qualitative, that the qualitative research extends beyond the author's opinion, okay, with sufficient descriptive element, appropriate quotes from interviews and focus groups, okay? So if it's qualitative, then this is one thing you have to note as well. Okay, if the methodology is less of an issue, it's often a good idea to look at the data tables, figures, and images. Okay, especially in science research, it's all about the information gathered. Okay, so if there are flaws in this, it's very likely the manuscript will need to be rejected. Okay, understand this. Okay, so if methodology has issues, then paper is going to be rejected. Understand? So such issues include insufficient data, statistically non-significant variation, unclear data tables, contradictory data that either are not self-consistent or disagree with a conclusion. Confirmatory data that adds a little, if anything, to the current understanding, unless strong argument for such repetition are made. Okay, and then if you find a major problem, please note your reasoning. Okay, and then clear supporting evidence. So if you find problem, you have to always explain what the problems are so that the editor will be well informed in making the decision. Okay, step 3, conclude the first reading. After the initial read, draft the first 2 paragraphs of your review. The first summarizing the research question addressed, and the second the contribution. So in concluding your first reading, okay, what we are saying here is that you are going to draft first 2 paragraphs, okay, of your review. Okay, so the first will be summarizing the research question which is being addressed. Okay, here you are gathering information about the study. You are not really giving comments. Okay, so you just summarize the research question, what it's all about, and then the contribution of the paper, because it's going to broaden your mind in the next readings. So this should state the main question addressed by the research and summarize the goals, the approach, the conclusions of the paper. So it should help the editor properly contextualize the research and add weight to your judgment. Okay, so should the author show the author what key messages are conveyed, okay, to the reader, so they can be sure they are achieving what they are set to do. So focus on successful aspect of the paper, so the author gets a sense of what you've done very well. Now the second paragraph, this should provide a conceptual overview of the contribution of the paper. Okay, so consider, is the paper's premise interesting and important? Okay, are the methods appropriate? Okay, do the data support the conclusions? After drafting these two paragraphs, you should be in a position to decide whether this manuscript is seriously flawed and should be rejected, or whether it is publishable in principle and it merits a detailed and careful thought. Okay, rejection after reading. Even if you are coming to an opinion that the article has serious flaw, okay, make sure that you read the whole paper. So this is important because you may find some really positive aspect that can be communicated to the author. So this can help them to improve the paper for future submission. So after rejection, after the first read, okay, so a full read through will also make sure the initial concerns are indeed correct and fair. After all, you need the context of the whole paper before deciding to reject. Now, before starting the second read through, okay, once the paper has passed the first read through, okay, and then you've decided the article is publishable in principle, okay, detailed read through will help prepare the manuscript for publication. Nonetheless, you may still decide to reject, okay, if the second reject it following a second reading. So you may have a good impression when you read it for the first time. However, maybe reading the second time, because it's going to be a closer read through, it could still be rejected anyway. So the benchmark for accepting is whether the manuscript makes useful contribution, okay, to the knowledge base or understanding of the subject matter. So its need not be fully complete research, okay? It may be an interim paper. So after all, research is an incomplete, ongoing project by its nature. Okay, so the detailed read through should take no more than an hour for moderately experienced reviewer. So what we are saying here is that when you read through for the first time, okay, you are going to have a first impression, and you are going to write down your first impression. So you write it in two paragraphs. The first paragraph, we are saying that, okay, it's about the objective, the research questions, okay, if they are relevant, if they contribute to research, and so on and so forth. In the second paragraph, you are going to talk about the significance of the study. Is it really relevant? I mean, is it worth publishing, and so on and so forth? Okay, and then here we are saying that you really need to complete reading the whole thing. So you don't read only the introduction and then you give your judgment. No, you have to read the whole thing. Okay, you have to read the whole thing. Okay. Offer clear suggestions for how the manuscript can address the raised concerns. Okay, in other words, if you are going to raise a problem, provide a solution. Okay, provide a solution. Now let's look at preparation. To save time and simplify the review, okay, don't rely solely on inserting comments, okay, inserting comments on the manuscript document. Make separate notes, okay? Make separate notes. Try to group similar concerns or praise together. Okay, note line numbers of text upon which your review notes are based, okay? This helps you find items again, and also aids those reading your review. So keep imagery graph, data tables in a clear view, and then either print them off or have them in view on a second computer, monitor or Windows. Okay, so I will show you something from my desktop. I will show you something from my desktop. Okay, this is an example. Let me go to document. See if I can find something here. Okay, let me go over there. Okay, I'm going to use this paper to show you something. Okay, sorry, because it's got frozen. sorry. Okay, can you see my screen now? Can you see? Give me some feedback now. Sorry. My Zoom is having a little slowdown. It's getting frozen.